So much, you may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
What's going on, Patriots? The Lab has returned. I'm back. I'm barely functioning. I'm going to need you guys to do me a favor. I'm going to need you to go out and I'm going to need you to attack one half of the White Hodge twins for getting me sick. It was a great weekend. Very, very good weekend up in D.C. Many great plans made along with the cyberbully. And great meetup with a few of you guys. Shout out to Colin Rosh. I saw him in the chat. Had a very good time. Much whiskey was had. An exceptional amount of whiskey was had. But one of the White Hodge twins, a show soon to come, there's Howie. Howie was there as well. Great to meet all of you guys. One of them got me sick, so I'm holding on for dear life here. Just ungodly things happening in my sinuses and dragging my ass all day. So, oh man. So I got the AIDS. I went to D.C. and got the AIDS. Most surprising thing ever. So as you see in the chat, if you're a subscriber on Kick, $5 a month, then you get to use the special emotes. And I added the Wigger Pig emote. And I was going to tell you guys that if you try to type Wigger, it's not going to work. You'll get banhammered. Well, not banhammered. You'll get the AI mod will crush your message. But Wigga does it. But here I see someone just typed Wigga-Pig, and that didn't work. It didn't make it through. Pigger does. Yeah, you can say Pigger. You can't say Wigger-Pig, but you can say Pigger. I suppose maybe naming it Wigger-Pig might have been a bad idea. Wigga. Apparently Wigga is not allowed anymore. Whites are being protected. Hate against whites is being protected, and it's whites who are being protected from hating against whites. What is the world coming to? Wigga? Does it work with the Y? Hey, it works with the Y. So you can say Wigga-Pig. Yeah. White man is back, baby. Let's see.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Got the iPad set up here for the soundboard now. That works. That's kind of nifty. Although one downside that I've realized that it doesn't completely defeat the purpose, but it does partially defeat the purpose, is every time that I hit something here, I got it set up so I can use my hand on the iPad right here. I see, yeah, right there in front of me. I can use my hand for it, but it pulls the mouse down. So then I have to pull the mouse back up again. And part of the idea was I wanted to be able to just like leave my mouse in one place and be able to work the soundboard while also clicking around up here. And I've just got to pull the mouse back every time I use it. But anyways, it still works nice. Yeah, Trump called that journalist Piggy. That was really funny. Quiet Piggy. Someone asked Grok about it, and Grok said that maybe he was just saying McGee, Quiet McGee. Which is a slang term for like a bumbling fool or something like that. I'm kind of surprised that it hasn't turned into more of a scandal. Like at this point, Trump is so normalized and mainstream that he's straight up calling journalists piggy to their faces. It's like some mid-white chick, and he's just like, quiet piggy. That's my president, man. That is my president. Yeah. So anyways, I am sick. I don't know how long my voice will last, but we're gonna press through as long as we can. It's good to be back. Oh, I forgot to put the tips link in here. So remember to tip your streamer. I have to strain just slightly to see over top of the iPad here, because I'm usually in my chilled out, relaxed, reclined position. There we go. Tips.kingpill.com. Hopefully that's still working. Should be fine. And please do support the show. This is my source of income, is coming here and entertaining you guys. So I entreat you to please contribute to Matt's streamer salary. Thank you to those of you who have renewed your subscriptions over on Kick. Let's see. Anonymous gifted 5 subs to Isaac, Cheeky, Superior B, Kate, and Han Pritchard. A bunch of regulars. Thank you. You guys can now use the emotes. Dave has renewed his subscription. Dave Johnson. He says, I'll still donate. Blame your wife for my threat. Well, you guys may not know what he means by his threat, but let's enlighten you. Dave Johnson starting us off with an alpha male alert.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
Dollar, 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 dollar.
Ching, ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Last tip of the month if no LeBay tonight.
No LeBay? There was no LeBay last night. So it turns out I did get in earlier than I expected because one of the other members of the party got his flight schedule all screwed up. And
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
welcome, Ryan Isaac. Gifted a sub by Anonymous. And hold on. Wait for it. Dave, I haven't forgotten you. I'll get back to you. Here it is.
Here we
Another
go.
alpha male alert. Oh boy.
Here comes the money. Money, money.
Howie Snowden.
Dollar, 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 dollar.
Ching, ching,
They get the swirl in it.
you ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Quiet all the piggies.
Quiet all the piggies. Oh, thank you, Howie Snowden. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. It was very good to see you and to share some drinks with you and stand out and chat while we consumed some nicotine together briefly. It was a good time. It was very good to meet you. Looking forward to seeing you again. It was a very good trip. It was fun. Hold on. I gotta give Dave his payment.
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
So true, Mr. President. So true. The gayest man I know, Dave Johnson, a longtime supporter of the show, one of our loyal patriots. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you guys for all your contributions. Anonymous gifted the sub to Ryan Isaac. Congratulations, Ryan. And then we got Hessian Beard says we're back and always have been. Another longtime core supporter of the show. Colin Rochery subscribed. Himself a longtime core supporter of the show. All of these guys are. Jeff Accordion. Oh boy. Melon with the tip.
For the emo music at the start.
Oh yes. Shout out to Melon with the emo music. I know you and Mike were probably digging that. We even got the MXPX. Mr. Sue recognized MXPX. I think Caradwin said something about he had seen, he hadn't heard that name in a long time. One of the greatest products of Kitsap County. Next to yours truly, of course. MXPX. Move to Bremerton if you wanna. I don't think I'm going to be moving to Bremerton anytime soon. Although my wife would probably love it for quite a few reasons. I don't think I can do Western Washington. You know, I don't know that I can do Virginia, but I mean Virginia's got with the new government and everything. But man, it's so frickin' beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful place. Let me tell you a story about that real quick after I shout out the new resubscribers. Jeff Accordion has resubscribed, says, burninating the countryside, burninating the peasants. We got a Trogdor in the house. Rufus Garbagestein, P.A. Engels Respecter, and Jeffrey G. All new subscribe, or all have resubscribed, renewing their subscription over on Kick. Thank you guys. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate you supporting the show. What was I saying? Oh, so very long story. I won't get into all the details here, but I wound up having to take a 2-hour Lyft ride out of DC. And kind of some last minute calls that were made that may not have been the best, but it kind of worked out. And you know, it just is what it was. That's what it was. But I had to take a 2-hour Lyft ride. I thought I was going to be able to rent a car, but then it turned out I wasn't going to be able to drop the car off where I was staying. And so I was like, screw it. I'm just going to lean in and just take the Lyft and deal with it. And my driver got confirmed. It was a Toyota Highlander. I was like, oh, I've always kind of wanted to ride in one of these and see what it's like. So it's a car that's been on the research list a few times. So, but the driver was Mohammed, and I was like, oh man, Mohammed. All right, well, I got to spend 2 hours in a car with Mohammed. We'll see how this goes. And you know what? It turned out to actually be really, really interesting. The dude was Afghani. He was an Afghani interpreter. He was an interpreter working with the U.S. Marines and private military contractors in Afghanistan. Speaks 6 languages. Got his visa, became a naturalized citizen in 2014. And every time we spent the whole time talking geopolitics. It was funny. He said that he's very happy to be in America and he liked living in. He talked about how great it was having the streets all cleaned up and having all the crime, having be a lot quieter, homeless people not all over the place. But he lived in like a quiet suburban neighborhood in Northern Virginia somewhere, and he said he liked living around white people because they were quieter and it was just quiet, nice neighbors to have around. We talked geopolitics. And I was asking him about Afghanistan, what it's like, the conflicts with Afghanistan and Pakistan. And he was like, oh, yeah, the British are totally like the primary instigators around there. He had a kind of a nuanced take about Trump. Like he liked Trump, but also some like sort of wonky stuff dealing with the relationships between the different nations there. He was like, Trump's a businessman. He's kind of like you can't totally trust him. And he, what were some of the other things he said? Every time we talked about America, he referred to it as we, very distinctly. He talked about Afghanistan as they and America as we. I thought that was very interesting. So had a great conversation with him. We were driving through, we drove right past the where the Battle of Bull Run was, the Battle of Manassas. And he pointed it out. And frankly,
a wigger pig. I've always called them massive hogs.
And frankly, I've always called them massive hogs. Yes. I know that you're keenly acquainted with massive hogs, as am I, as is every alpha male patriot. We all we know exactly what massive hogs are all about. I love massive hogs. Thank you for the tip, my friend. But big beautiful wigger pigs, yeah. There is a wigger pig emote. There's also a combine emote in there for when Eastwood shows up. I got the combine emote in there, so you guys can use that one as well. What was he? I was gonna say something else about the Mohammedan driver. We were driving past this spot where there's like you pick fruits like peaches and apples and pumpkins, and they got Christmas trees and very cozy up in the rolling hills in North Appalachia. And he was very eager, very excited.
If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Thank you for the gifted sub, Bobby Ballbags. Congratulations to Jukebox Wizard, almost always the first to comment on the live streams. There you go, you got yourself a sub. He was very excited as we were headed up to as we were driving, coming closer and closer to this place. He couldn't wait to point it out to me. want to say, see, this place here where you could go, you take your kids and you go walk around and pick your own fruit. And the peaches are just so good. They're so much better than the peaches in Afghanistan. And he, as soon as we went by, he's like, there, yeah, that. Oh, he's like, that's my favorite place to be. I just want to be in like the rural area with the farmland. And does it remind you of Afghanistan? And he said, yeah, it's very similar to where he was in Afghanistan. He also told me about this place in somewhere kind of up in the mountains in the northern part of Afghanistan that he said, if you went there, he said, you would think that you were in America you're just surrounded by white people. He said, you would love it. You would love it. You would be surrounded by white people, blonde hair, blue eyes. They're Afghani. They're native Afghani, but they're all very, very light skinned. So it was funny, like talking to him, he was totally open about like issues with race and religion. I told him I was an Orthodox Christian. He says, oh, you didn't think about Islam? And I was like, nope, I didn't. I'm a Christian. And he dropped it. He left it at that. So very, very interesting conversation. It wound up being, here I was fighting off a hangover and hoping to survive the 2-hour Lyft ride back. And I spent the entire time discussing geopolitics with an Afghan immigrant. So that one can stay. I'll say that one can stay. He was a good egg. But anyways, yeah, it was a very, very good trip. Be on the lookout for multiple different forms of video content coming very, very soon. The start of a new podcast, perhaps. Rumor has it. Some more man on the street footage. We got some very good man on the street footage talking to some Zoomers. Got some takes on life from the Zoomers. We even talked to some Europeans, which was interesting. And then some new podcast coming very, very soon. You will have you guys will enjoy it, I think. More Hamid.
Just finished cranking my hog.
Oh,
now
no.
that you met one of the good ones, are you voting for Newsom yet? Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Aryans in my Afghanistan? You would believe Tartaria is real.
Oh yes, long live Tartaria. Tartaria, the ancient land of patriots. That's a fun one. Tartaria and the mud floods. It's makes me very uncomfortable to hear Justine saying that she just finished cranking her hog. So I'm just going to assume that she's like a trad wife who just I don't know. She's making bacon. That's what it was. I'm choosing to inform myself. I'm diluting my own mind. No, I'm not voting for Newsom. I don't care how white he is. Okay, so yeah, new podcast coming out, and also, you guys got to go to ewbsx.store and get yourself one of these bad boys. I don't know how well it'll show up. Got the EWBSX hoodie on, and very neat feature on it. I don't know. This definitely won't show up, but if I can get my arm up high enough. No, it won't show up. But right there, if you could see it, you would know that right there is a QR code for your friends. When you're telling your friends about EWBSX, you can have them scan the code, and then it's very easy to download. Works like a dream. Make sure that you go to ewbsx.com. Go check it out. Go donate some crystals to help us build the project that we are. There's a send crystals link there. You can contribute crystals to the cyberbully and download the app, EWBSX, on the app stores. There's a new, very interesting new offering associated with it that's coming in likely this week, hopefully this week, in the very near future. So keep an eye out for that. Make sure you follow the cyberbully at EWBSX cyberbully. And when you download the app, make sure if it asks you to allow notifications, make sure that you do allow notifications so that you can get personal messages from the cyberbully himself. So EWBSX, it's on both the app stores, Apple and Google. Yes, there will be an announcement on the notifications. We'll tweet it. I'll make sure you guys are aware of it on the labs. So just make sure that you listen over here. Jeff Accordion says the notifications are great. It's always it is a true blessing to be spoken to by the cyberbully. You should make sure you get every last little bit of it that you can. You'll get many more opportunities in the near future. Cheeky says, actually need an EWBSX bumper sticker. Well, funny that you mentioned that. Funny that you mentioned that. Stay tuned for many more things to come on the EWBSX front. The best way, if you really want to be alerted to everything that's happening, EWBSX concerned, just download the app and keep the notifications on. That'll be one of the surest ways that you'll know for sure. And obviously, listen to the Lab. You can't leave that out. All right, so forgive me if I'm a little wonky tonight. I'm hopped up on the Dayquil and trying to get the travel cobwebs knocked out of my head. But I think I've got you guys a pretty good show here today. It seems like every single time that I leave... More Hamid again! Oh no.
Weeb sex is great for cranking your hog. Download the app, even if you can't listen due to the Great Firewall of the Great and Glorious Islamic Republic of New York. Inshallah, white Sharia now.
Weeb sex? Man, now we're going to have to change the name. After all of this, we're going to have to just completely change the name. So much work down the drain. The app is a bonk. Totally bonked out. Weeb sex. Oh no. Can't believe we didn't think of that. Leave it to more Hamid to get that one. I don't remember if I told you, go to ewbsx.store to get yourself one of these nifty hoodies. So it seems like every single time that I leave, every time I go on vacation or go on a business trip somewhere, everything just falls apart. It all just comes caving in. Everyone, all the people start wailing and gnashing of teeth and stabbing each other, blood running in the streets. It all goes to hell. And someone suggested to me that I use this as a way to get a vacation. Like when I expect there's going to be some sort of crash out, then just use that as an excuse to go on vacation. But the thing is, I don't know what's causing it. See, I don't know it's like a chicken or the egg thing here. Is it that I'm not doing the lab, so everything falls apart, or is it that everything is going to fall apart, so there's something out there that's just telling me to stop doing the lab for a little bit right now? I'm kind of... Straight Buster says the lab is the only thing holding the online right together. Maybe that's what it is. The audience is small, but it's intense. It's loyal. It's like a black hole. Extremely dense. Bends everything to its will. That's exactly what's happening. I like that. I like your thinking, Straight Buster. You're a smart man. But there's more than just me. There is another. We'll talk about him in just a second. First of all, I've had this one in the stack for a little while, and I was looking for something that was a little slop, something a little sentimental, a little enjoyable here at the top. Well, look at this. Imagine for yourself. It's 2006. You're at a concert. This is pre-iPhone. You might have a flip phone. You might have one like a Motorola Razr, perhaps. You might even be filming on it. And, looks like you're filming with a potato. You're basically just kind of getting some really fuzzy audio and some blurry images that you can look at later on. You've probably got a limit on the number of text messages you can send. You might even, in the way you're sending them, you might even be doing the T9 thing, you know? So you might be one of the elites who could do it really fast without looking. So you're sitting there and you're watching the concert, texting, and thumbs flying around on the keyboard. Yeah, $400 texting phone bill. You just budget it in as part of the trip. You're gonna be texting all your friends. You're just gonna have to eat the huge bill. Maybe you had multimedia enabled on your texting, or maybe you didn't. Maybe you could text pictures and videos. Maybe you couldn't. It's a long time ago, 20 years ago. You're at this concert, and this is what you hear. Oh, come on. Refresh. Oh, come on. I gotta come down here and unmute it, because Instagram's gay.
Days have made me older since the last last time that I saw your pretty face.
Sing it, Brad.
1,000 lies have made me colder, and I don't think I can look at this the same. All these smiles that separate disappear now when I'm dreaming of your face. I'm here without you, baby. You're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby, and I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby. You're still with me in my dreams.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
It's only you need.
Oh, I wanted that to just keep going. Sarah Evans. Mr. Stu, you're too young. Sarah Evans with Three Doors Down. What was the event here? Here Without You with Sarah Evans live at JCPenney Jam 2006, where rock met country and heartbreak found harmony. Oh, that was like I scrolled across this the other day. It was like a time capsule. Instantly transported me back. This is what they took from you, Zoomer Dylan. That's right. That's exactly right. This guy says, this song makes me think of my wife while I was deployed to Iraq. It makes me cry. I was so happy to get back to her. These are the 2000s. That was too sad. Great duet. Prayers for Brad as he fights stage 4 cancer. I did not... Brad's got cancer? On top of the Down syndrome? Man. Pray for the man. Sarah Evans is a smoke show button. Look at that. Look what she's wearing. Like the hair, the makeup, the jacket, the jeans. This is just one of the most 2006 things I've ever seen. And even, but like, you could take Brad out of 2006 and plop him down to 2025, and you wouldn't even notice. He doesn't look any different. But she would look like she was in a costume if she was walking around today. Oh, life has passed us so quickly. The song reminds me of a time that my life was complete. Yeah, this one got the nostalgia kicking when I saw it, so I had to make sure that I included it. Pray for Brad Arnold, folks. All right, who was I talking about? One of the greatest trucers of all time. A Planikin. The great Planikin. John Doyle. We heard rumors of big things coming, and it turns out that my man is the newest Blaze TV contributor. I gotta admit, I know that there's a lot of people who are very skeptical of the Blaze, and I can understand why. But Orrin McIntyre and now John Doyle, and look at this intro. Just pure vibes. Patriots can look. You might not be able to see it because here, let me pull this back. Look at the very bottom. Patriots connecting to broadcast. That's me. That's me. I'm one of the Patriots.
Patriot.
The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
That is John Doyle. You guys got to make sure you go watch this episode. As soon as I finish the Lab today, if you're looking for something else to listen to, go listen to this one. He cooked. He was on fire. And as soon as you're done with that one, go listen to his previous episode where he talked about The Incredibles, how The Incredibles is actually a right-wing movie from Disney. Just there is no one like John Doyle. His ability to just take a deep breath and start talking and spit complete hot fire without ever pausing, just unloading completely off the dome. It's so good. It is so good. He is one of our greatest Patriots. And he's 25. He said something in that episode about him being, if this motherfucker is 25, oh, I've never felt so old. I have never felt as old as I did the moment that John said something about being 25. One of our brightest stars. Although I have to admit, as Slutty Milk said in the chat, John Goyle is a pretty good one. I almost want to call him John Goyle just like affectionately, because like the retards landed on a good one with that. If you go listen to that episode, if you read the comments, it is pure cancer. Let me get some cancers in the chat. Just absolute cancer. The losers, the haters and the losers got real riled up. That's how you know. That's how you know our boy is doing big things. The haters and the losers are so angry. There was one clip here that I'll give you guys. It's just a little tease. It's great. He's got the Trumpasattva in the background. He's got an Earl Sinclair in the background. If you've got the sharp eyes, you know, the dinosaur dropping the beer. I've got big setup envy. But here's one of his clips.
Trump said something dumb? Okay, I don't care. I care about all the good things he does, and I really care about all the bad things he prevents from happening. The Trump administration's messaging has been incredibly bad for the last week at least. He pushed back on a decent question about H-1B visas from Laura Ingraham. He seemed to suggest that Americans didn't have the skills to handle jobs taken by foreign workers. He made a series of clumsy statements about the Epstein files, connecting them to the government shutdown. I'm not going to defend this messaging. It's really bad messaging. I am, however, going to take the position that it actually doesn't matter at all, and all the Trump supporters who are like declaring defeat and issuing these ultimatums, they're really just doing themselves and the country and of course our beloved leader President Donald Trump just a tremendous disservice. Trump is the,
you know, it's funny that they've got him edited like they're it's like proper short fashion. It's got all the pauses and hesitations and stuff clipped out of it, but you almost don't have to do that with John Doyle. He is one of the most refined communicators that I've ever seen. I remember I played the video of him reacting to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Is him sitting back in a recliner with a phone recording himself, and he's just straight off the dome, never pauses, never says never hesitates, barely takes a breath. The dude is S tier at talking.
The only guy who achieves things in the world for you. That's literally true. Everything that we've had the last 10 years has been because of Donald Trump. Name me any victory, any deceleration of our country's degeneration that has been attributable to the Donald Trump political cause. If you want something to win, you're going to have to figure out how to work it through that, because that is the only path available to us at this time. No matter what mistakes he makes, his agents may make, his success is essential in a way that all of his critics and all of their really freaking good ideas are just not. You can't make something work without Trump. It's just not going to happen. You're never going to improve the situation by undermining Trump, by declaring it's over, bringing up past grievances, no matter how bad they are, how right you may be. All of these things make the situation worse. No one else is going to emerge to make it better. They haven't. Everyone who's emerged and advertised themselves as the guy who's going to make it better is somebody who was actually just trying to help liberals win. Ron DeSantis tried this in 2021. He was Trump but based, Trump but effective. And then it turned out that he was a plant by Fox News, neocon donors, etc. There's a reason that everybody has a bone to pick with Trump, and it's because he's the only chance we...
A plant by Fox News and neocon donors. Like, there was a lot of stuff that he said in this episode, and I was like, it didn't get bleeped, it didn't get cut, it didn't get, like... If he is on any sort of a leash, and like if you're going to go mainstream like he is, like you're accepting that there's going to be a leash. Like, by definition, I am more free to say stuff like independently like I am than I would be if I was associated with some kind of a big media organization like that. This is just obviously part of the package. So when you do it, you're saying, okay, I recognize that there's going to be more of a leash than there would be if I was independent, yet what you get in return for that is much better. If he has a leash, that leash is really long.
We have right now forwarding the Patriot cause.
Oh, I hate it when I do that. I hate when I pause, like, right toward the very end. Let me finish that sentence.
And then it turned out that he was a plant by Fox News, neocon donors, etc. There's a reason that everybody has a bone to pick with Trump, and it's because he's the only chance we have right now forwarding the Patriot cause.
Boom. Exactly. Trump is the only chance we have right now of forwarding the patriot cause. Now, what's funny is that I guarantee you what's going to happen. You're already starting to see little inklings of it. Remember when people said, when Trump came around, people said, I realized that the libs started doing, Bush, who we said was literally Hitler, literally Satan. Bush was actually, can't we go back to the days of the nice, quiet, acquiescent, polite, respectful Republicans like George Bush? Can't we go back to those days? It was so much better back then. That's going to happen with Trump. It's already starting to. There's going to be people who are saying with J.D. Vance, J.D. Vance is the real dangerous one, the real threatening one. Can't we go back to the good old days of Donald Trump? And it may feel like when you're deep in the trenches and bullets are flying and everything, it may feel like we're teetering on a precipice. You got to recognize how far ahead we're moving. The trench warfare continues, but we are gaining ground. Over and over and over and over and over. Pretty soon, people are going to be yearning for the moderation of Trump. They're going to say, J.D. Vance, he is the real incarnation of Hitler. It's already happening. You got to be prepared for that. Great. I don't want to dwell on the past here too much. And the whole. I think this latest instance. I may not be able to help myself. I'm sure there's going to be some point. Mohammed is back.
You have a trifecta of Chucker, Candace, and Anna Kasparian. All seek the truth. You know who don't seek truth? Donors. When Charlie started to seek truth, donors had him killed. Donors use their money to get us. I hate donors. Donors every single time, HH.
Donors, yes. Yes, indeed. And such is the game that you play. That's the precipice right there. That's the tightrope you got to walk. You need the donors, but ultimately the donors are can be the weak point. You just got to play the game. You got to be so big. You got to be so big that even the donors can't control you. Like our great man Donald Trump. You got to let him control you a little bit. All right, fine. You can control me right here. Sure, fine. You're not going to control me on these other things. You can control me right here. You just keep the ball moving forward. There is no like one fell swoop magical move that automatically fixes everything and we all live happily ever after. The game keeps going. It keeps on going. Just keep chugging. Just keep chugging along. Jonathan Hemingway says, I was told by all the smartest, most based people in our corner that JDV was owned by Israel, but now he's the guy the neocons are trying to undercut him. Isn't that interesting? See, when I pointed that out on Twitter a few weeks back, I was told, well, they're just doing it. They're just doing it so you can't tell. They're like pretending to attack him, but actually they're promoting him. They're pretending he's really, really bad so he's even more deep undercover. They're running cover for him. Yeah. Okay. JD Vance, the JD stands for Jew Destroyer. I got a JD Vance clip coming up here in a little bit, but so I think this event of all of them, I was keeping track as we were making big plans, putting some things into motion. God forbid a white man get a little motion. Bobby Ballbags, good night, man. Thanks for dropping in. Appreciate you, brother. I was tapping in a little bit, checking to see what was going on, and man, things got dark. It got to where the entire timeline was just nothing but people declaring that MAGA is dead. Oh, it's all over. Maybe part of this was associated with all the anxiety about Bitcoin nosediving. It was another interesting little storyline thread to track over the weekend. But it probably also had something to do with the sun farting on us excessively. Apparently, there was an extra big bits of coronal mass ejections that were making everybody go crazy, scrambling everyone's brains. And yet here we are. It's Tuesday, and everything's basically back to normal. I was on Twitter for a while today, and I saw very few people talking about MAGA being dead. Way more people counter-signaling it, telling the Panicans to chill the hell out. So I don't want to dwell on this for too long, but there was one very good thread from Shylock Holmes. Shylock! Uh-oh. And the dooming got so bad that Fraser Payne actually deactivated for a little while. He said, some of you actually want to find a knife in your back. I knew he'd stab me, see? If Trump fucks up, we all lose. But that's what some of you want. To be the one guy screaming, I told you so, on a mound of ashes. Well, fuck you, fuck this website, God bless America, bye. And it's the exact same analogy that John Doyle used. With all of these guys. They would rather be right. This is the panicking. You might be like, I don't like panicking. Don't say panicking. It's just a stupid term. Yeah, hit dog howls. You got hit. If you don't like the term panicking. And how do you identify the panicking? You identify the panicking who cares more about being right than he does about winning. Refuses to acknowledge the wins. Pretends they don't exist. Says that actually the one guy through whom all future political action currently must be achieved, the guy who's opening up every conceivable door for us, that guy actually is a traitor. He's betrayed us. He sold us out. He's a pawn of insert boogeyman of the day. Those are the panicking. Anyone talking like that, they're identifying themselves as panicking. Fraser Payne did come back, thank goodness. But Shylock Holmes here says, I wonder whether part of the mindset problem for the right is not that they're panicky cowards, but because they have learned helplessness. They don't know what, if any, real-world action they could take in their own lives that would help fix the problems they see. The left does not have this problem at all. If you want to be a leftist activist, there are tons of existing groups you can join who will find you something to do. It may be small, it may not achieve anything much, but they have work and a story why that work matters. The right has mostly viewed this as a structural advantage of the left in terms of the output of those foot soldiers. But there's a real chance the main value is marketing and engagement. The customer wants to buy a get-involved package. Do we have anything to sell? Even if it ends up being busy work or of dubious direct value, one more person at the protest, it keeps the person engaged with the cause. It gives them something to do that feels like it's helping, which is a vast improvement on sitting at home blackpilling. Men in the recent past were willing to fight and die for a cause. Many on the right still are. Energetic right-wingers are so eager for this that they sign up to the U.S. military, even though the causes on offer have mostly been moronic for the past several decades at least. But many people tend to meekly submit even to impending genocide, when they feel like they have no path to do anything else. The Holocaust is a classic example, but there are many others. Tutsis in Rwanda in 1994, Arabs in Africa Adio. The good news is that you should not judge the inertness of the right by the current general lack of engagement of most of its adherents. I suspect they are a hugely potent force in the hands of someone who can build an organization that finds them something useful to do. In the absence of this, many have convinced themselves that posting actually is the thing to do. This is the mentality behind the always be chimping sense. You're both underestimating and overestimating the value of posting. Absent better alternatives, it maybe even is, but posting is still mostly pornography for real action. Like porn, you can only do it for so long before it becomes unsatisfying. This is why I think the panicking thing is so masturbatory. This is people who have posted. They've exhausted themselves posting to the point where they're angry about posting. Why do I have to keep posting? Why thing not fixed?
Panicking is a slur. 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 Kill the donors. Loser libertarian brain is rearing its ugly head in the movement. Addicted to losing, rather appear smart than win.
Yes, Anon, thank you. And thank you, Black Pillar of Saturn. Very, very creative. I was kind of getting down to that now. I was starting to jam to that. That had a good rhythm to it. Yeah, so you guys, I don't know if you could necessarily hear the end of it, but it was kill the parentheses donors. Thank you guys for the tips. Just the tips. So true, Justine. Okay, let me, before I keep going here, I saw some good chats coming in, and I want to read them. Politica Catholic said black pilling is so masturbatory at this point. Yes, and this is the thing. I think this is it's infertile. It's like it is masturbatory. You're substituting the real thing for fake action. Panicans are stabbing their own asses with dildos and blaming Trump. Master barely learned helplessness. JD Vance, JD, John Doyle. John Doyle is the real Vance Alt we've been looking for. Oh my goodness, Ozarker Pleb, you're on to something. I don't know about you, but I've never seen John Doyle and JD Vance in the same room. Slutty Mook says we really need to put together the master list of Trump wins. Yes, that's a good idea. I'll see if I can get some infrastructure set up in the King Pill Discord for you guys to work on that, because I think that would be very, very good. For the people who are genuinely, a lot of the black pilling thing is not, for a lot of people, it's not necessarily a problem of just need more data. And I know I've said that this is an information deficit with a lot of people I've seen, but there's a lot of people who, even with that, even if you filled that information deficit for them, they would still continue to black pill. And it's so, like, those are the people that are the worst off, the most down bad, as they say. But for the rest, the master list of Trump wins would be very good. Raymond Harmon says it's funny, the wanting to be right also permeates the dissident space, as they're incentivized to be right rather than encourage action. Fear of tactical failure instead of seeking strategic success. So true, so true. I think part of this is over-identifying with the dissident label. If you set yourself up to be an outsider as like a core part of your identity, then you're naturally going to instinctually resist anything that is not outsider status. Gigaju says, did you see AA called you the MAGA chud? I did. I forgot about that. It was really funny. Did you guys see that? AA called me the king of the MAGA chuds. I'm like, okay, sure, I guess I'm the king of the MAGA chuds. Thank you for the free advertising, I suppose. I'm very happy to be considered a MAGA chud. I'm a proud MAGA chud. The funny thing was, he was doing this thing where he said he had Razor Fist, who was like the MAGA influencer. He had what's his name from the X-22 report, is like the QAnon guy. Then he had the dissident right and some other the BAP sphere, all these different factions. And he said the thing that united all of these factions was that they all identified the Tuck Knicker thing. Tuck Knicker. Tuck Knicker. There's the Dayquil talking. The Tucker Nick thing as like, oh, this is a plot to split the GOP. And we're all saying, oh, this is something, it's a distraction. It's a distraction from Israel. Which is fascinating to me. Because I guess maybe let me say this to you guys who have been listening here for a while. Would you say that is a reasonable representation of my opinion about the Tuck Knicker thing? It was news to me. I'm like, oh, I think the Tucker Nick thing is like some bad plot to split the GOP. This is I suppose I'm biasing the answers here, but this is the exact opposite of my opinion. I think it's great. I love it. I've been on it from the very beginning. I predicted it months ago. So I don't know if this is like he just doesn't pay attention, which then is even more interesting. Like, he doesn't listen to me, or he doesn't really pay any attention to what I'm saying, but he just wanted to pick he was looking for a name. And so he picked me. I'm like, neat. I'm flattered. Thank you. Or he does listen to me and he's just really bad at listening. That could be part of it. But I think he genuinely is he's just like trying to pick a fight. And I don't care to fight about it. Like, whatever. If you want to call me the MAGA chud, okay, sure, that's me. Next. Raymond Harmon says AA has such a dysfunctional model for predicting politics / power. Yeah, indeed, he does. Yeah, Raymond Harmon is a powerful patriot. You guys should go follow him on Twitter. Raymond Harmon. I'm pretty sure I retweeted something of his just recently. Let me go do it real quick here just so you guys can go give him a follow. Also, if you've been having a hard time finding my Twitter handle for some reason, I finally got @KingPilled. @KingPilled. It's no longer @RealKingPilled. I was able to get @KingPilled. So, if you had a hard time finding me for whatever reason, that is why. I was able to. They've got a new handle marketplace thing for premium accounts where you can go request a handle that's been inactive for a while, and some jamoke had been camping on the KingPilled handle since like 2000 and hadn't tweeted or done anything with it. So I requested it and I got it. So it is no longer @RealKingPilled. It is just @KingPilled. If you would like to follow me on Twitter, and I just retweeted Raymond. It was good to meet him this last weekend. He is truly a patriot. Patriot confirmed. Okay, let's get back to the thread here. So, posting is still mostly pornography for real action. Like porn, you can only do it for so long before it becomes unsatisfying. I hope but doubt that someone reading this has good ideas and energy for solving this problem. Don't we all wish someone else would solve our problems for us? Which is kind of ironic a little bit here. He's doing this a little tongue-in-cheek. The whole black pillar phenomenon is also a manifestation of this. Someone else needs to solve this problem for me. The administration needs to fix this. And it really is what it comes down to. Like, the administration suddenly is expected to be this deus ex machina that just magically solves everything. Traitorous Congress, the administration needs to fix it. Every single one of these things, the administration needs to do it now. Someone else fix this problem. Lack of organization, someone else fix it. No coordinated messaging, someone else fix it. The people don't know about this thing, someone else fix it. And as long as that's your mentality, you're always going to be dissatisfied because you're always going to be able to find something that somebody else needs to fix. You got to start fixing something yourself. And even the little things. If a whole bunch of people all started fixing little things at the same time, then I suspect the outcome of that would be greater than the sum of its parts. He says, but in the meantime, don't get too despondent over the ebbs and flows of posting moods. I genuinely do think that the part of what drove this posting meltdown over the last few days was the solar activity. I think there genuinely is something to that. It made people get a little like neurotic and schizophrenic. Now, I don't know if the solar activity has died down now, but if it has, because everything has sort of settled down a little bit, if that solar activity has settled down now, then that would confirm it to me even more. Politically Catholic.
The black pill is shaped like a BBC dildo with veins and everything. Panic and swallow that pillow hard. Welcome back, bro. I had a great week in DC too that I can't wait to tell you about.
Ooh, I can't wait to hear about it. We need to plan ourselves a little phone call. Thank you for the tip, my friend. Even though you scarred my poor virginal brain with such descriptions. Yeah, I'm very curious to know if all of that solar activity has started to die down, because there was something that was just really over the top neurotic meltdown about the last several days. And I'm glad I didn't have to do a show in the middle of all of that, because it was just so pathetic. It was just so cringy. But I think it really highlighted the way that the posting moods they do go through these ebbs and flows. And yeah, Now everything's kind of back to normal again. The stuff that was the end of the world, And then a few days go by and it's like, weird. The sun's shining. Birds are twittering away. Just remember that. Next time you're starting to feel really stressed out and doomed out and it's starting to get overwhelming, maybe you just need to log off for a little bit. And all of it just disappears. Spudworker says, I watch for solar activity every day. I knew that one was going to be bad. Well, do us a favor. Do us a favor and keep us updated. You can be our designated solar activity updater. So we can know when wild things are going to happen. Okay, back to the thread. It is the prelude to posting, is the prelude to real action, which may or may not even come. If it does come, you may very likely reflect back on this period and miss it greatly. The days when your biggest problems were reading X and feeling a vague sense of gloomy ennui. Then he says, also, the first post may have come across as implicitly harsh on Mine Got Niles. Can you believe this, panicky coward? Which I hope the rest of the thread dispels. His stuff is great, his frustration and understandable. I very much hope he comes back. Yeah, this was not a counter-signaling Fraser Payne. It was Fraser Payne deactivating and exasperation at everyone that kicked off this thread. And then he says, also, I don't want to be too harsh on posting as an activity. It is genuinely useful as coordination and motivation, but it is better and more satisfying when it operates on path to action. This is why it seems more important and less futile leading up to an election. This is a really good point. When it's leading up to an election, it seems everything is directionally pointed at one thing. And everyone, there's going to be this great coming together moment. This moment where everything unites and we get some sort of a payoff. We just had an election. And it didn't give us that great payoff that we wanted. And so I think that contributed to a lot of the dooming. He says, but in between elections, when posting just seems to lead to more posting, as almost an end in itself, the frustration is likely to be felt most keenly by those who put the most sustained effort into good work doing it, like Mine Got Niles. Patriot spotted, Camo Aquaticus. Go follow him at Camo Diver. Another man that I've met in person and confirmed he is a powerful, handsome patriot. He says, authentic right-wing political and social organization has been functionally illegal for many decades, as have the roots to patronage and activist sinecures. Someone recently pointed out that many posters are struggling financially despite their demonstrated significance in shifting elections, leading to a general sense of fragility and desperation. It would be easier for them to trust the plan if they were financially looked after by a network of aligned NGOs. The challenge of the next few years is bootstrapping those networks and getting people plugged in to IRL organizations that can give them what they need to be effective. Black Pillar of Saturn.
The solar activity is ongoing and happened because everyone was dooming. The solar masculine principle literally reached out to touch the firmament and energize the ascending Hyperborean ethos. Real maxing shall continue until Morales is removed.
Ooh, I like this. I like this reversal of the chicken egg thing. It wasn't the solar activity that triggered the dooming, it was the dooming that triggered the solar activity. Vril maxing shall continue until morale is removed. Okay. Yes, we're going to remove your morale. Thank you for the tip. Yeah, this is, obviously I've talked a lot about this, and the donors. Well, this is what you get. If you have a network of aligned NGOs that financially look after the posters, number one, you need that posting to be directed towards something more than just posting. And then you also get the phenomenon where now you have donors. And so then you have this tension between what the donors want you to post and maybe what is true or best or most prudent. But this is, I think trying to avoid that. If you think that you're going to mainstream your worldview, your values, if you want your principles to take over the government, if you want the government to pursue your interests, that necessarily means mainstreaming. And so if you go mainstream, you're necessarily going to have to deal with the potential downsides that come with institutional capture. You cannot be independent, dissident, an outsider, and also take control of all the most powerful institutions on the planet. These things do not go together at all. You can't even be an independent, dissident outsider and prominently influence those institutions on a sustained trajectory. You might be able to get a little bit over them for a period of time, but in order to sustain those moves, you necessarily are going to have to institutionalize. It's like all the people who are in the replies on John Doyle's post accusing him of selling out. You know, he took the check. They don't get it. They don't get that you can't be an outsider and a leader long-term simultaneously. The moment that you become a leader, you are necessarily on a trajectory toward normalization and mainstreaming. And this should be kind of obvious if you think about it in the slightest degree. Like, our guys being mainstreamed, our guys being brought in is totally and obviously a good thing. Now here's a lot of our guys spent the last several weeks declaring MAGA is dead, eroding away the political capital that our president has been piling up. And here's why that can be a bad thing. Here's why this can be so self-destructive. Because political sentiment is a funny thing. It can turn on a dime. You can lose major gains with just a single instance. The animal spirits of the people are fickle. And a lot of the big elite institutions, for example, the Supreme Court.
Morales, like the last name. I have been punished by the word, words have escaped their ensorceling ways. Spelling things out undoes the magic. Possession of the institutions means possession by them. But prowess and possess poses an opportunity. HH.
Oh, my bad. It was not supposed to be vril maxing shall continue until morale is removed. It was vril maxing shall continue until Morales is removed. R.I.P. Morales. Guys, we're trying to take out Morales. That's the goal. Possession of the institutions means possession by them. Yes. You're going to be mutually possessed of one another. Because if they possess you, it's fundamentally going to change the nature of their spirit. They have to change the nature of their own spirit in order to possess you. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the major institutions. You're joking yourself if you think that, for example, Supreme Court decisions aren't made on the basis of their calculations about current political sentiment. This whole like impartial, neutral law thing doesn't exist. If they have the sense that 75% of the country will not support some opinion that they make, that's going to factor into the opinion that they make. Which is kind of inevitable. Like, you have to have that. You have to have because political sentiment and the political willingness to accept something is a real factor. The masses don't matter individually, but the masses do matter collectively. So, as long as there is the appearance of Trump being completely unstoppable, completely inevitable, that will bear itself out in political results. Because people will make decisions or not make decisions accordingly. Pale morning, dude.
In the recent election I was goofing and wrote myself in for Inspector of Elections, and I got a letter today that I tied the person running. This guy only had one vote. They're drawing lots next week to see who won. I'm accidentally doing something Lamau.
That's incredible! Look at our guy! If only you gotten your wife to vote for you as well. Imagine if you and your wife had written you in. Assuming you have a wife. That's incredible. Keep us posted on that. Wouldn't that be so good if you wound up becoming the Inspector of Elections because you wrote yourself in on a whim? That's phenomenal. Oh, thank you, Pale Morning Dude. Please do let us know how that goes. That's incredible. You do have a wife. Oh, see, there's an argument for keeping the 19th. She could have voted for you as well. Yeah, so people will or will not choose to make decisions based on their sense of political sentiment. And if all of a sudden there's the widespread belief that Trump's base has abandoned him, even if it's not true, even if it's just the appearance of it, other people may be emboldened politically to make moves they wouldn't make otherwise. Oh, maybe I'll actually be able to get away with this. If you want Trump to be the unitary executive, if you want him to do the things that only a unitary executive could do, he needs to have an approval rating north of like 70%. Maybe 80%. If you want Trump to do what Bukele did, Trump needs the approval rating of Bukele. And you might say, well, he needs to do the things Bukele did to get the approval rating of Bukele. To that I say fair, but also El Salvador and the United States are completely different things. Bukele was able to move a lot more quickly and ruthlessly because he's dealing with a tiny, virtually third world nation that could be the government could be effectively bought and taken over and controlled in one fell swoop. And even then, it wasn't one fell swoop. It took several years. So even if you don't believe in Trump, even if you do think he betrayed you for whatever retarded reason, the simple logic of the situation would indicate that your best hope would be maximally publicly supporting him as much as possible and encouraging everyone else to do it as much as possible. Because the more popular support he has, the more political willpower he can catalyze into doing many of the things that it's abundantly obvious the administration wants to do but cannot do presently because of political considerations. If you want Congress wholly on side, you want Trump's approval rating to be 80%. If Trump's approval rating is 80%, Congress isn't going to be dicking him around. So when I say to just keep troosting, when I say the only political virtue that matters is loyalty, this is what I'm talking about. You don't have to like Trump or believe in him or even think he can do any of those things. You just have to recognize that in order for him to do those things, he could only do it with maximal support from the people. And so it's in your interest to ensure that he gets maximal support from the people, to increase the likelihood that he actually does those things, and that those things, when he does them, are successful. This isn't emotional. This is like just cold calculation. Take your emotions out of it. That's the problem. The people who are declaring that MAGA is dead are either paid subversives or they're way too emotional about this shit. They can't hack it. Take your emotions out of it, and you'll recognize that what I'm saying is true. See, here's the sort of thing that actually could bear some fruit if suddenly Trump seems like he's under fire.
Clearly this was a chimp conspiracy to RMTG for killing her kid's dog. Or whatever. I just don't like how she looks. Hoo ha ha ha, hoo ha. Rainini Marjorie Taylor Greene. Apparent support at 80 is weighty.
A chimp conspiracy to RMTG for killing her kid's dog. I think that was did Marjorie Taylor Greene kill her kid's dog? Or was that Kristi Noem? I know Kristi Noem killed her dog. I don't know if MTG did it as well. The thing with it, I'll just address the MTG thing real quick. Like, I don't like her putting herself on the outside. But she's revealed that she obviously is a striver. She's striving for status. And she rode Trump until she realized that she wasn't going to be able to get the status that she wanted with him. And as soon as she realized that, she was out. She's going on The View and doing CNN interviews and stuff, talking about how like apologizing and groveling. Please forgive me for engaging in hostile rhetoric or whatever she said. She's identifying herself as simply a political animal. Which, okay, great. You can be a political animal, and you might be able to parlay that into something, but you can't also be like, oh no, I'm actually diehard America first. Yeah, Zenwalks, MTG is not a good candidate for the Senate regardless of how MAGA she is. She's not. Right. Exactly. She would get crushed. And she has to recognize that. If she was sincere, if she was authentic, then she would recognize that she's hit her ceiling already. She's not a governor candidate. She's not a Senate candidate. She's a nice, reliable vote in the House. That's her political ceiling. Or she can go be a podcaster. She'll have an audience as a podcaster. It won't be big. She's not going to be like super prominent or anything, but she could go have a nice career working a decent life doing that and getting back to her construction company or whatever. Once she revealed that she is not loyal, she had to be thrown out. She had to be disowned. The principles, the issues, none of this stuff matters. You don't realize that right now, loyalty is all that matters. Loyalty is the most important thing. I could have even tolerated her being, a little subversive sort of for her own sake. But this is why Lindsey Graham is more, how would you say this? Lindsey Graham is a better asset in the Senate than Rand Paul. I don't like that fact. I want to see Lindsey Graham replaced. But the fact is that Rand Paul neuters his own usefulness. This is the way the system is constructed. Like J.D. Vance said, you can't vote against the party time and time again and then expect the support of the party. Anybody counter-signaling like making decisions for party politics or whatever doesn't get the game. The whole point here is for Congress to be irrelevant. You want a unitary executive? You get that by making Congress irrelevant. By ensuring that Congress is simply in lockstep with the president. Which means Congress reliably votes with the president on everything at all times. Turning everything into some sort of like ideological purity battle about principles, this gay libertarian shit, that's a conversation to have in peacetime. It's not peacetime. We're at war. Libertarians get crushed in war. This is the sort of thing. The MAGA is dead, everyone abandon ship. Let's just erode the president's political capital, emboldens this sort of thing.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day
to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens.
like us, You all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law
or our Constitution.
We know this is hard,
and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA...
She rode Trump until she found out his heart belongs to Bill Clinton. She's jumping from man to man until she can finally be satisfied. Her ambition leaves her hole burning to be filled by powerful men. Or gets railed by her base. Not likey, I'm loyal.
Justine, you're gonna get put in timeout. Need a whole bunch of bonks for that one. You gotta calm yourself down, Justine. You need to go make me a sandwich. Take a timeout. Get yourself under control. Kate, you know who paid for this. Oh, unless you're talking about this video. If you're talking about the chats, you know who it was. You know exactly who it was. Just think about it for a second. You know exactly who it was. Yeah, look at her face. Look at this fucking psychopath. Look at the bags under her eyes. It looks like her jowls are trying to eat her mouth. What a creep.
The Army,
our Navy,
the Air Force.
Your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
the American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution,
and who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
Isn't that a curious phrase? Don't give up the ship. That sounds like I mean, obviously military coded, Navy coded, but that sounds to me like an activation phrase. Remember the whole No Kings protest? We talked about how they're building out this network. This is why this is why they build out a network like that. This is why they establish this what do you call this drumbeat. Last Refuge said seditious conspiracy is defined in 18 U.S. Code Section 2384, which states the offense occurs when two or more people in any place under U.S. jurisdiction conspire to, quote, oppose the U.S. government's authority to execute any U.S. laws using force. Did y'all coordinate this video? Now here's the thing. They framed this very cleverly. They said, you must refuse illegal orders. There's nothing wrong with saying that. This is their defense. And they would absolutely win in court on something like this. They've got the plausible denial. You must refuse illegal orders. Not legal orders. We're not telling you to break any laws. We're saying if the order is illegal, you must refuse it. Don't worry, we'll have your backs. This is obviously them laying the pretext for a color revolution, but where we're at right now, we aren't far enough along. We've won a lot, but we have a lot of winning we have to do. We are not at a place where the administration can respond to this openly in the way that it merits. They don't have the political support for that yet. And all of the people, I guarantee you, I know it's just like the black pillars have become NPCs. You just know their scripts. The exact same people that'll be dooming out because Senator Alyssa Slotkin hasn't been arrested yet are the same ones who want to dedicate all their online hours to eroding the base, to eroding Trump's popular support by spreading doom porn. If you want a massive crackdown on this sort of thing that goes above and beyond the, like, they have the textbook, they've got their I's dotted and their T's crossed to ensure they can't be legally cracked down on for something like this. To crack down on something like this, you have to go extra legal. It's necessarily an exception. You must be the sovereign who determines the exception. And for Trump to have an ironclad claim with enough of the population to be seen as the sovereign, to be recognized as the sovereign, to actually be the sovereign, once again, look at a proxy like approval rating. He needs to have something like an 80+% approval rating. That would be a proxy. If you're mad that Trump isn't acting like the sovereign, it's because he's not. Obviously. Did you think that all of this was just going to get overturned and like we were going to be magically on the highway to paradise overnight? Of course not. We're years away from that. Years. It's going to take years of wins, years of consolidating political power, years of bludgeoning our enemies before we can ever have that sort of conversation. Everyone's known this. There's nobody who's ever been like, yeah, Trump is the guy. He's either the guy before the guy, he's the guy that lays the groundwork for the guy. He's the guy who becomes the pretext for the guy. He's not the flood, he's the wall, he's the dam holding the flood back. If you recognize these things to be true, it should inform how you think and act and signal, especially if you have an audience. Especially if you are a so-called influencer or a talking head or a commentator. You can't be mad at him for not acting like the guy, while also recognizing that not only is he not the guy, but he can't be the guy. Yeah, Ryan Isaac, he's the guy before. Now arrest everyone. Slutty Muck says this nigga rescinded an LBJ affirmative action executive order within the first few days. Like this nigga is serious. Yes. It's possible for these things to be true at the same time. Trump is not the guy. Trump is the guy who will lay the groundwork for the guy. And also, Trump is the only thing in town. And he merits our complete, unmitigated loyalty. And if you don't want to accept that from a moral perspective, or you don't believe it, you don't think he actually personally deserves it, do it from a strategic perspective. The more that you act like he has a mandate from heaven, the more he has a mandate from heaven. A lot of guys aren't ready for that. Remember all the whole big hullabaloo, oh, this is going to break MAGA apart. About Tuck and Knicker. I'm just going to keep saying it that way now. Trump weighed in on it. He weighed in on it as only he could.
I've had some great interviews with Tucker Carlson, but you can't tell him who to interview. I mean, if he wants to interview Nick Fuentes, I don't know much about him, but if he wants to do it, get the word.
Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes. I'm always going to say it like that from now on. I just have to. Nick Fuentes. There's no one like him.
Let him, people have to decide. Ultimately, people have to decide. The mayor of New York, I will say, would like to meet with us, and we'll work something out. But he would like to come to Washington and meet, and we'll work something out. We want to see everything work out well for New York.
You yourself had dinner with Nick Fuentes at Mar-a-Lago a few years ago. What role should he play in the conservative movement?
Well, I didn't know he was coming, and he was with, as you know, somebody, Kanye.
He was with somebody, Kanye.
He was coming, and he was with, as you know, somebody, Kanye. And Kanye.
Thank you, Kanye. Very cool.
Kanye asked if he could have dinner, and he brought Nick. I didn't know Nick at the time. And he did. He came, and along with a few other people. He brought a few people with him. Meeting people, talking to people, like for somebody like Tucker.
Justine again.
Just make all your orders legal. Easy. God, that would make me soaked with warm and fuzzy feelings. They have to support the orders because they're legal. If not, I'm sure the coalition of foreigners and traitors will treat you, arm of state violence, well.
The time is coming for that, and the time is not here. I mean, that's the game. That's the game. You got to get to the game, though. You got to get to the point where you can win that game. You got to make sure you win that game, because if you try to play that game before you can win that game, then you will lose that game. Game.
Meeting people, talking to people, like for somebody like Tucker. That's what they do. You know, people are controversial. Some are, some aren't.
This ending. So, okay, before I play the ending of this, the Slutty Milk knows what's coming. So now, we have had both J.D. Vance and Donald Trump weigh in on the Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes issue. And both of them have told Con Inc., the Israel First faction, the Make Israel Great Again faction, they have both told them to go pound sand. Don't get it twisted. That's exactly what this is. He knows full well what he's doing. I guarantee you that a dust-up like that absolutely got his attention. He knows exactly what's going on. Remember the question he was asked here? The question was, what role should Nick Fuentes play in the conservative movement? And he said, you got to let people talk to each other. I didn't know Nick. He came with other people. He's fine. He's whatever. You got to let people talk to each other. That's what they do. He could have easily counter-signaled him or condemned him or said that he didn't even do like he said some crazy things, but I'm not gonna condemn him for saying crazy things. He comes kind of close though with this last line.
Meeting people, talking to people, like for somebody like Tucker. That's what they do. You know, people are controversial. Some are, some aren't. I'm not controversial, so I like it that way. Okay.
People are controversial. Some aren't. Some are, some aren't. I'm not controversial, so I like it that way. The greatest to ever do it. We are so lucky to live in Donald Trump's America. Just incredible. So I like it like that. Yes, Slutty Milk. He literally ignored the journalist saying anti-Semite in anti-Semite Nick Fuentes. Yes. Hunt purchases, say what you will about the Israel First crowd, but they're smart enough to not take shots at the king, Trump, unlike the fucking retards and panic kids. That's a really good point. That's a really, really good point. That shows you that the Israel First crowd are more savvy political operators than the retards and panicans, the haters and the losers. The Israel First crowd learned what happens when you take shots at the king. It doesn't work. He is inevitable. So now they're going to go after his obvious inheritor. Now, I'll have something on that here in just a second. But first of all, shout out to Raymond Harmon. My brain wants to say Raymond Harmond, but it's Raymond Harmon. Hopefully he's still listening here. Got a tweet from him. So, Dasha from the Red Scare podcast got dropped from her talent agency because she interviewed Nick Fuentes. And Mardomate said the only appropriate response to this nonsense is to mainstream Fuentes completely. They're trying to harm and intimidate people away from talking to guys like Fuentes, so give them the exact opposite. And our Patriot Raymond says this, in fact, would be the correct network response. If cancellation is a network response, so is platforming. I thought this is a great framing of it. I'd never even thought about it in this way. If cancellation is a network response, so is platforming. When I started following this Nick and Tucker thing, this is what I recognized was going on. This is what Tucker's doing. Tucker is consciously doing this. He's like, you know what? We're just going to platform the worst person you can imagine. We're going to take the most unmentionable person, and we're going to put him front and center. Other people beat him to it, but he was easily the most prominent to do it, which is why nobody freaked out when he went and talked to Dave Smith. Nobody freaked out when he talked to Russell Brand. He did some other pretty big interviews, pretty big audiences. But it's when he talked to Tucker. Because they know full well how crucial Tucker is. How much Tucker, how close Tucker is to Trump. That he has his ear. Yeah, Patrick Bet David. I mean, it's a pretty big podcast, pretty big audience, pretty prominent figure. They all pale in comparison to Tucker. Tucker's the one that really got them to freak out because they knew exactly what Tucker was doing. They're actually right. They're like, Tucker is normalizing these things. Tucker is mainstreaming these things. These abhorrent ideas. They're right. He is. That's exactly what he's doing. He's doing it in a clever way. He's doing it in a very Tucker way. But he is normalizing those things. And once he's gotten the Tucker stamp of approval, that opens the territory up for others. Well, Tucker did it. He took the heat off of me. If I do it, they already blew their wad on Tucker and nothing happened to him. They can come after me, but I'm like, Tucker did it. They're not putting Nick back in they're not bottling him back up again. Here's an interesting thing from Jonathan Carl, talking about the importance of Tucker Carlson, with a little anecdote about Lindsey Graham in here as well, and Marco Rubio. A few things to take from this 1 minute and 39 second clip.
As Trump lands in Milwaukee for the convention, his convention's about to start. He's just been shot in the ear. All this stuff is going on. And he's still going back and forth. He had basically decided, J.D. Vance, earlier that day, when he landed in Milwaukee, I was told point blank that it was 80, 90% Marco Rubio. So you had this push and pull. You had Rupert Murdoch, Lindsey Graham, and a whole group of Republicans allied with them pushing to say, JD doesn't have the experience. Marco is perfect for you. Marco can help you more electorally. JD doesn't win over any new voters for you. On the other side, you had Donald Trump Jr., Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, all making the case for JD Vance. And I actually called Tucker Carlson to ask about this. It had been reported by the New York Times that one of the arguments that Tucker Carlson had made was that if you pick somebody like Marco Rubio that the establishment likes, they're going to assassinate you. He made this case before Butler. They're going to kill you so this guy becomes president. So I talked to Tucker about this. He said, yeah, that's the case I made, among other things. But they hate, basically the argument is the establishment hates J.D. Vance as much as they hate you. That's the guy you should have. What a
Validation of J.D. Vance. Also, I'm continuing to be. I love the new Marco. I love what he's done as Secretary of State thus far, but I'm not sold on him yet. And I'm not convinced that the same thing doesn't apply with JD Vance. If JD Vance takes Marco as his VP, I'm not convinced that it wouldn't be just a repeat of the same situation. Go back to the last episode where I talked about Chris Buskirk and Rockbridge Capital, the meeting they had in 2019 with Peter Thiel and JD Vance and Tucker Carlson talking about this matter. And I'm sure that if Tucker's advice to Trump was, you need to pick JD Vance and not Marco Rubio, because if you pick Marco Rubio, they're going to kill you, then the advice would be the same for JD Vance. If you pick Marco Rubio as your VP, they're going to kill you. Now, Vance and Marco were also very good friends. Vance has described Marco as his closest friend in the administration. So, is there a redemption arc, a further redemption arc here for Marco? I don't know, but this is a high stakes game. This is an incredibly high stakes game that's being played. But I'm not convinced that Marco is the shoe-in for VP. That may be that the trade that's made is Marco gets to stay on as Secretary of State and he takes on another VP. Zoomer Dillon says Vance DeSantis. I think DeSantis probably is a similar issue. I think it was the Rupert Murdochs of the world who wanted DeSantis to take out Trump, electorally speaking. So I don't think that DeSantis solves that problem. Yeah, DeSantis is too weird for higher office. Yeah, I think so. I think DeSantis might make a great attorney general. Gigaju, of course, says it's going to have to be Vance Miller. Yes, sir, it is going to have to be you, Gigaju. Vance Carlson. That would be an interesting one. That would be a Can you imagine how the Israel First crowd would light their hair on fire if it was Vance Tucker? That would be a ticket and a half. I don't know that Tucker would want it. I also don't know that Tucker would be the best use of his skills necessarily, but perhaps it'd be very, very hard on his family. I don't know if he'd want to put himself through that. Yeah, Carlson said he'd never run for president. That's true. He'd never run for president. He'd be vice president. Ben Shapiro would vote Democrat. Yeah, he would. The kvetching would be astronomical. Aspiring Midwit says Vance needs a John Gruden, proven but out of the limelight for a while. Yeah, I like that. I like that thought. And I cannot rule out the idea of him picking a woman VP. Now that could cause just the same type of problems. I don't know. They might see a woman as, they could control a woman better than they could control Stephen Miller. But from an electoral standpoint, having like a Vance Gabbard or Vance Erica Kirk, I don't know, like those, that would be, I'm not saying I would want it. I'm saying I could see the electoral appeal of that. Eric Schmidt is still my, okay, Eric Schmidt. Just as I was saying it, Eric Schmidt is still my guy. I think it's going to be Eric Schmidt. I think he would be perfect for it. Vance Doyle. I saw someone up here mentioned, I think it was Tyler. Says not to get too conspiratorial, but Charlie Kirk turning 35 right before the 2028 election is not a coincidence. Yeah, it was absolutely going to be Charlie. No question in my mind now. I speculated about it when I saw him on Tucker, and now in retrospect, no question in my mind. It was absolutely going to be Vance Charlie was going to be the ticket. And man, that's a bummer. Okay. Speaking of Vance, In case you're, if you feel like messaging problems with the administration are getting you down, just listen to this.
You want to talk about like populism, and you want to talk about people being pissed off. Well, yeah, people are pissed off when they don't have good jobs. And people are pissed off when things disappear and move overseas. And people are pissed off when they feel like, other countries are being prioritized over the United States of America. And all of that is part of the populist resentment of the past 20 or 30 years in American politics. You know what really pisses people off? When they realize that their loved ones are dying much sooner than everybody else. And that is a big part of the story of what's going on in Appalachia and why I think so many people in Appalachia feel left behind. I mean, my story, obviously, it's been, like you said, I'm like the golden boy. Things have just worked out for me in this really incredible way. I feel so lucky and so grateful for it. But I also feel a certain sense of guilt because there are a lot of people who grew up in families like mine who haven't had an easy life and who haven't had all this economic opportunity and who haven't had, a person that they've fallen in love with and they've been able to sort of build a stable, nice family like me and Usha have been able to build. And that gives me a sense of purpose because I want those people to have the same opportunities that I've had. But it also gives me a great sense of anger because we never should have gotten to the point that we are today. And the reason that we have is because of failed leadership, and it's failed leadership over generations. And by the way, you talk about Appalachia, you were talking about people who, though they don't have much, would take the shirt off their back and give it to a complete stranger because that's what you do. If you go back to America's biggest wars, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, which are the counties that filled their draft quotas with volunteers instead of with draftees? It's very often the parts in deep Appalachia where you've got grinding poverty, but you've also got this incredible love of country. So if any place in this country deserves not to be left behind, it's Appalachia. But on the public health stuff in particular, the numbers don't look good. And it's one of the reasons why I'm such a big supporter of what you're doing, because these are people who deserve to live better, healthier lives, but they really have been left behind by this country's leadership.
The dude is going to absolutely clean up the Midwest vote. He is going to absolutely wipe up the entire Midwest vote. It's not even going to be like running him against like AOC or Gavin Newsom or Jasmine Crockett or whatever. It's just not even going to be close. This is why I'm pretty, they're going to run Mike Pence. They're going to try to run Mike Pence against him for precisely this reason. He's just a good old Christian country boy. But he's just Mike Pence is just so, what's the word? Reptilian? He's so fake, so hollow, so obviously performing. Yeah, Ted Cruz. I wonder if it's going to be like Cruz Pence or something like that. Like that's going to be their ticket. They're going to go all in on that. But man, Vance is just so good. So good. Speaking directly to my generation. Vance Trump? Yeah. Yes, imagine Vance running with Trump as his VP, where Vance gets to be the president and Trump just gets to go around and give speeches all day. Vance Trump Jr. would be very interesting. That would be very interesting. I don't know if Trump Jr. is seen as too much of a boob for most people. Like if he's too like rah or something like that. Not like, doesn't seem like he's like a real, serious operator. I'm not sure. But yeah, Eric Trump definitely isn't it. Yeah, I agree. But if you're talking about like an insurance policy, then Don Jr. would be a very interesting one. Okay, couple thoughts on the 50-year mortgage, and I gotta push my way through here. I've still got a whole bunch of stuff to get to. So these are a couple that I'd saved the other day when all of this was in the news, and I wanted to make sure I got to it to finish off the conversation about the 50-year mortgage. So this is from Jeff B. Pasquino. Bitcoin guy, says lots of people are missing the point of the 50-year mortgage conversation. The goal is to make America great again. The 50-year mortgage, if done correctly, will do just that. Let me explain. I believe that this will allow younger Americans to buy a home and live out the American dream. It all goes back to who has access to borrow cheaply to buy a house. Today, everyone goes to banks for that financing, from individuals to families all the way up to companies and corporations. Here's how I think the new mortgage will change the real estate playing field. Individuals, couples, and families only will be allowed a 1% to 2% 50-year loan with no negative clauses like prepayment or unable to transfer, coming straight from the Treasury. I think 1% to 2% is probably a little ambitious. I think it might be more like 3% to 4%, but it depends on what rates are at by that point. Banks and corporations will be stuck with 6% and then higher mortgages that will make it much harder to compete with personal 1% to 2% mortgages and buyers. And I think 6% is probably higher than it will be. I think rates are going to come down more before then, and I think they probably want rates to come down more before they would actually release something like this. Now younger Americans get to experience, but it's like directionally accurate. Now younger Americans get to experience what their parents and grandparents had, the pride of home ownership and the ability to raise a family. This is one of the most important things. Leave it to a real estate mogul who is very close with his family to get us back to what really makes America great. Families growing up in neighborhoods. This is like the subtext of all of this is Trump is literally the most famous real estate mogul of all time. He literally made his entire nut by creatively leveraging debt. You think he doesn't understand the nuances of all of this? You all saw this on TV growing up, from Leave It to Beaver to Home Improvement to Roseanne. They had homes, families. That's the center of life, and younger Americans want it back. They need it back. Getting young Americans in homes changes the way of life, and we need new lifeblood in this economy. People are so stressed and anxious in this economy, this world, that they aren't even having kids. As a result, our population is shrinking. We want families in America again. Everyone should want neighborhoods back. If this country is going to survive at all, we need that next generation and the one after it. That's one thing our founding fathers didn't expect, people having less children. But yet here we are. But anything that helps home ownership and also helps the population growth issues that even Elon Musk had to remind us about. That Elon, he really does see the bigger picture quite often. We all have to agree that those are good outcomes. Now, if that's not enough good news yet, this could and likely will be combined with the 50-year gold bond. See the post below that Judy Shelton is taking up of late. That's definitely going to happen, and I don't think these two timelines are a coincidence. 50-year gold bonds, 50-year mortgages. There is going to be a connection. Two economies are about to happen, and you're about to live through an era where America, and by extension of the legacy Federal Reserve dollar, the entire dollar-based global economy is about to change. It's heading away from currency towards actual money, different from currency as it holds its value over time. You're about to see the Great Awakening for the rest of your natural lives, and hopefully also witness and experience what a world with true money is like. So here's Judy Shelton talking about this 50-year gold bond.
If the United States were to issue a gold convertible bond, say one running from July 4th, 2026 to 2076, how do you think that would change global demand for U.S. debt?
Well, I think it would really garner the world's attention. I mean, this would be the first time since President Nixon ended the Bretton Woods system in August of 1971 that under a different U.S. president, the world once again would see a United States willing to guarantee its debt against these reserves of gold that our country has. And we have 261 million ounces. I think that this would be an amazing signal that the United States is saying we need to have some kind of a rational international monetary system. I would expect other countries to emulate this U.S. example. And this would be very much in keeping with, frankly, what President Trump has always argued against, which is currency manipulation by trade partners. I mean, finally, you would have a level international monetary playing field. And I don't think you can really talk about free trade logically in the absence of a level international monetary playing field.
So Judy Shelton is someone who has been close to Trump for a while. She was even in talks for Federal Reserve appointments in the past. And the Treasury Secretary is a notorious gold bug. So I think there's definitely, this is something I said, because I read Stephen Mirren's paper, his white paper where he introduced the term Mar-a-Lago Accords. And he talked about 50 or even 100 or even perpetual bonds that would be basically crammed down on foreign partners, foreign trade partners. This would be part of the new negotiated system. You're going to, as part of our trade agreements, you're going to agree that you're going to buy these super extended duration bonds. Some of them might even be perpetual bonds. Like there is no end to them. That's probably a little more unlikely, but 50 or 100 years seems rather likely. Basically, leveraging the U.S. muscle in the U.S. market to force foreigners, and I'm not talking foreign individuals, I'm talking foreign institutions, central banks, pensions, funds, forcing them, if you want to participate in the new American system that's being imposed upon the world, reversing all these flows, this new tariff structure and everything. I've got something else to read about that here in just a minute. If you're going to participate in this, one of the requirements is that you are going to have to buy this long-term U.S. debt. And foreigners will then recapitalize the American middle class. And that'll create a basis for pricing these 50-year notes for the 50-year mortgages. And if you constrain those mortgages to being like only for first-time home buyers, only for people below a certain income level, only for couples, like there's a bunch of different constraints that you could place on them, and you subsidize the rate on them, then you get people, again, you don't compare it to a 30-year mortgage, you compare it to renting. You get these people actually bought into the system, which is a way of beginning to restabilize the system. And there's a lot of people, the people who really hate this idea are the ones who believe the only path forward is burning the system down. Which might seem, if you really hate the system, it might seem, oh yeah, just burn it down. You don't have no idea what burn it down looks like. You have no idea how many of your family members will die if you burn it down. That's not a plausible path forward. And anybody who tries to lead you in that direction hates you. They hate you. They hate your people. They hate your family. They hate your loved ones. Add to this things like rental history being acceptable as for getting approved, and let me see if I got the right thing here. And then being able to use crypto as collateral, and it opens up much more the capacity for people to do, portable mortgages, assumable mortgages, all these different things are ways to get the housing market moving. And yeah, if you introduce a new way for people to get into homes, yes, it's definitely going to have the effect of pushing prices up. But there's also a lot of other factors that are going to be driving the price of homes down. And ultimately, you just got to drive the wages up, which is another thing that's happening. If you're single-mindedly focused on just the only solutions are the ones that screw over the people I don't like, it's the definition of cutting off your nose to spite your face. Any politically viable solution is going to necessarily benefit factions that you don't like. Whether it's the boomers or the Jews or whomever. They're necessarily going to benefit from them because that's what makes it politically viable in the first place. Totally crashing home prices is a guaranteed way to lose the next few elections. totally eroding away the asset base of one of the largest demographics in the country as a matter of deliberate policy is a great way to lose elections. Oh, the Zoomers aren't going to vote for you. The Zoomers don't vote in the first place. You know who votes? Boomers. So if your policy platform is bankrupt the boomers, you're just conceding elections. That's not a viable solution. We got to think much more outside the box than this. Same thing goes for the property tax thing. Like in Florida specifically, a lot of people seem to not understand the way that Florida property tax works. There was legislation that was passed in the mid-90s that it capped property tax raises at 3% annually. So normally your property tax assessed value is going to be based approximately on the fair market value of the house. In Florida, you buy the house and then on an ongoing basis going forward, your property taxes can only increase by a max of 3%, which means assessed values have gone way above the actual values, or like market values have gone way above the actual assessed values for people who have owned their homes for a long time. Which means that rich people or older people, people who have been in their homes for a long time, are disproportionately benefiting from the existing structure. If you abolish property taxes for homesteads, this is not abolishing property taxes altogether. So all the stuff about how, oh, this is just all the corporations are just going to buy up these houses. No, these property tax exemption is for homesteads, meaning the home that you live in, the one single home that you live in. If property taxes are abolished for that in Florida, this will disproportionately benefit new home buyers, younger people. Because what's happening now is if somebody has been in their house for 20 years, they're still paying taxes against an assessed value that could only go up by 3% annually. So it's fallen way behind the actual market value. So somebody new that comes in and buys these houses, someone that buys a new house is going to be paying way more in property taxes because they're going to be paying based on the current fair market value. Now they'll lock in, it can only go up 3% annually going forward. But that's this policy that's being promoted by Florida. And ultimately, I'm sure it's not possible to create a tax exemption policy that only benefits certain age brackets. I'm sure that this would be struck down. And if it's not politically feasible, it's not real. If there's major structural hurdles to it happening, it's not actually a possibility. You can sit in fantasy land and say, well, if you did this and this and this and this and this and this and this, then it would work. So if you say, we're going to abolish property taxes and make it easier for young people to get into homes, and as a byproduct, this is also going to benefit boomers who aren't going to have to pay property taxes as well. Yes, it's also going to benefit the young people. The young people are not going to pay property taxes. And again, it's for a homestead only. So this is not some benefit to like a boomer's going to go buy some extra homes because now they don't pay property taxes on it. And also, everyone who's like, we need to ban corporations buying homes, you got to be real careful with that. Because buying real estate, buying homes, is one great way for chuds to work their way out of poverty. And every single guy that I know that buys homes, that invests in real estate, Every single one of them does it through LLCs. So if you want to ban that to get at the Black Rocks and the whatevers, you got to recognize that you're also taking away a huge vector for wealth building for our guys as well. That's why I think that approach, it has to be way more creative than that. And you just kind of got to accept that those sorts of institutions, private equity, banks, rich guys that are going to game the system in their favor, they're going to exist in every single system. By definition, they are going to be the ones who construct the system. That's why it's great to be rich. You cannot construct a system they can't game. So your goals should not be on how do we punish the people we don't like. Your goals should be on how do we make things better for the people we do. Some more comments on the 50-year mortgage thing here. Talks about the renting thing as well. So Joe Lange here says, excellent comments by Jeff. This is from the previous tweet that I just read. He says, it's really unbelievable to me that a lot of people can't see what's coming and why the 50-year mortgage is going to force down mortgage rates and, more importantly, transform the entire country by turning tens of millions of people into homeowners instead of renters. I don't know if it'd be tens of millions of people, but point remains. While people focus on the length of the mortgage and interest, they forget about the most important issue. Renters will now have the ability to own an asset. Owning an asset and earning equity in that asset is building wealth rather than paying rent to build wealth for someone else. The cabal banking system has purposely created a permanent renting class by making it hard to qualify for a mortgage or making the mortgage unaffordable. Trump is about to completely change that. The banks are going to be forced to compete with a Fannie and Freddie-backed mortgage with really low rates and an affordable monthly and down payment. And this guy here, Pinky, says, lots of thoughts on the 50-year mortgage. A 50-year mortgage at 1% to 2% interest could make buying a home easier for many Americans by lowering monthly payments. But without increasing supply, building more houses or freeing up existing ones, this could just drive up home prices, meaning no real savings for buyers in the long run. To boost supply, deportation should help open up some homes, but we also need more construction and rules forcing big institutional and foreign investors to sell off single-family houses they've scooped up. Another hurdle is the down payment. It's tough because you need cash up front to buy a home that gives you financial stability, but without that stability, saving for the down payment is hard. It's a loop. The financial stability of a home would make it easier to save up the down payment, but it goes the other way where you need the down payment to get the financial stability that would make it easier to get the down payment. Down payment started as a safety net. If you can't pay the loan, the bank has some equity in the house to cover losses if you can't pay. But today, they often block everyday people from owning homes, especially when wealthy buyers and investors push prices sky high. On interest rates, for a super long loan like this, there should be a bit extra added to match the rate on longer-term government bonds, plus more for the borrower's risk, because you and I are riskier than the government. But then again, it's secured by the house itself, so maybe it won't have too much of a spread. If these mortgages are at 2%, while the government borrows at 4%, it's basically a subsidy. Uncle Sam pays more to borrow than it charges you, which raises questions about cost and risks, even if the setups differ a bit. But it does transfer the interest rate risk to the government in what essentially amounts to a fixed versus float swap. And here's the thing. If we're going to have the government subsidize things, it's much better that they subsidize things like home ownership for young families. If we're going to create a government bubble in something, create a bubble in something like that. We also need to watch out for bubbles. Pumping up real estate has crashed economies before, like Japan in the 90s, the U.S. in 2008, China today. Luongo and Stormy Waters listeners know that the housing bubble the housing market crisis of 2008, quote unquote, didn't have anything to do with the housing bubble. So any push for home ownership needs to pair with plenty of new supply to stay safe. To free up more homes, policies like deportations, cutting back on H-1B visas, and banning foreign or big investor ownership of single-family homes could quickly add to the supply without waiting years to build. And again, like, banning foreign ownership is probably a little easier, but banning big investor ownership of single-family homes, I have yet to see a viable policy that could actually make that doable without also banning our guys. Owning a home builds real financial security. It roots you in one place, locks in your housing costs, no surprise rent hikes, and skips the constant worry of lease renewals or moving. Renting just adds instability. It's a win all around, which is why it needs to be a priority. The quickest fix isn't just building, unlocking homes tied up by investors. This is why I think you will see this issue come out in the near future. It has to be addressed if they're going to actually accomplish the sustainable increase in home ownership. Bottom line, American homes should be for American families. Yes. So this was the point here from Joe Lane. He says, great comments here. Let me add to this. The government isn't going to be borrowing at 4% in the future. Our government isn't going to be borrowing at all. This fiat debt is not going to exist. That will change everything. I understand where he's going. I think he's overstating a little bit, but he is right that this whole structure of everything is going to change, and I'll get into that more in a little bit. I also think Trump is way ahead of the game. He's going to massively cut regulations for home builders to increase supply. He's already started on some of that. Trump forcibly deporting illegals and millions self-deporting also helps, but here's the key. There are major institutional rental companies that own hundreds of thousands of rental homes across the country. These are huge companies who own a lot of houses full of renters. What happens if all of a sudden most of their renters are able to qualify for a mortgage? What happens to all their rental properties? And here's where a policy like the 50-year mortgage could actually be a roundabout way of addressing the private equity buying everything up problem. If all of a sudden all of those if the rental market dries up because all of those people or a substantial portion of those people can qualify for a mortgage, well, the reason that all of those private equity companies were scooping up all of those homes was so that they could rent them out. If suddenly the supply of renters goes way down, it's no longer profitable for those companies. And it's much more in their interest to just sell them. Which does what? Floods the market with supply. What happens to all their rental properties? We would see two things, in my opinion. A huge crash in rental prices, and then these companies would be forced to sell their properties because they're no longer profitable. Like flipping a switch. Millions of Americans would become homeowners rather than renters. And what if Trump gives incentives for these huge single-family landlords to sell their homes? I think all of this has been planned and timed. Like, I don't know, maybe some sort of a massive adjustment in capital gains tax on home sales? What if you eliminate capital gain tax on home sales and crash the rental market at the same time? What happens then? You think Donald fucking Trump doesn't understand the housing market? Are you serious? Never doom. Look at this Gigagay. You think this man doesn't understand this shit? Scott Bessent. Remember what I said about Trump's comments on the H-1B with Laura Ingraham, which was obviously a bait question. Suddenly, all of a sudden, Fox has outflanked Trump on immigration? Are you serious? Remember what I said, how I interpreted what Trump said. Listen to Scott Bessent.
Laura Ingraham aired her interview from a couple of days ago, and they kind of clashed a little on H-1B visas, which you upped the fee to $100,000. I want you to watch this and tell me what you think.
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles.
Where do you stand, Mr. Secretary?
Brian, for years, 20, 30 years, we have offshored precision manufacturing jobs. And the president's point here is, we can't snap our fingers and say, you're going to learn how to build ships overnight. We want to bring semiconductor industry back to the U.S. There are going to be big facilities in Arizona. So I think the president's vision here is to bring in overseas workers where these jobs went.
Who have skills.
Who have the skills, 3, 5, 7 years to train the U.S. workers then they can go home. The U.S. workers fully take over.
So do you understand the concern that people have? Hey, an American can have that job. Why you give it to a guy from
But an
India or
American
China?
can't have that job.
So
because,
it's specific skills.
Because we haven't built ships in the U.S. for years. We haven't built semiconductors. So this idea of overseas partners coming in, teaching American workers, then returning home, that's a home run.
Exactly what I said. Yes, Lady Milk. Friedrich List talks about this in the National System of Political Economy. You need to bring in specific foreign expertise temporarily. And then as you industrialize or reindustrialize, you can then send them home. This is a very simple point. We just have to make sure that whatever program used is a temporary program for absolute certain. Which again means if you want to ensure that it's a temporary program, you want to ensure the continuation of the Trump dynasty. Because what's the surest way to ensure that it's not a temporary program? Surrender political power back to the people who will game it and take advantage of it. And you're pairing this with all the other things on immigration that they're going to do that I'll get to in just a minute, talking about the actual costs of the people for doing this. And everybody who tied this to the H-1B thing and assumes Trump is saying this about H-1, well, that's not what H-1B is for. Are you new? Have you not spent the last 10 years watching Donald Trump, learning how to understand what he's saying? Why do you go in with the worst faith interpretation possible? The man who literally took a bullet for you. I listened to this clip and I knew exactly what he was saying. The problem is, most people just listen to the one specific segment with zero context, and they say, oh, it's really bad. He shouldn't have said that. Seriously? Seriously? This is the standard now? He can't, say something in 1.5 seconds that he then goes on to immediately clarify? We're going to police every single word he says. Ignore all the context and just hyperventilate about one specific phrase that maybe wasn't exactly pristinely perfect. The only reason you would do that is if you're looking for something to be angry about. That's a you problem. That's not a Donald Trump problem. And fuck you for trying to undermine confidence and support in my president, who's giving me everything I voted for and more. More from Scott Bessent. Shout out to Mr. Sue. Q Paul in the house. Scott Bessent is a national treasure and an American hero. He's the reason my high school brother will be able to buy a house in his 20s. Fuck these know-it-all shit-lib commie queers on TV trying to smear him and the admin. May God have mercy on their souls. Hail to the Giga-Gay! That reminds me. We need one of these. Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika. Okay, so here's Scott Bessent on MSNBC. Getting all sassy and shit.
Amid this discussion of costs and prices and affordability, how does a $20 billion bailout of Argentina help Americans? You're the president's point person on that. Can you explain to those here who are feeling the pinch, including America's farmers, why the United States is helping out Argentina?
Well, do you know what a swap line is?
It's currency swap, yes.
Yes, but what is that?
You're the Treasury Secretary.
Yes, but why would you call it a bailout?
That is how...
In most bailouts, you don't make money. The U.S. government made money. We used our financial balance sheet to stabilize the government.
What's that, balance sheet? I thought we can only talk about debt. I thought we could only talk about debt and cash flows. You mean we can talk about balance sheets as well?
Our great allies in Latin America during an election. The president there won in a landslide. The government's going to make money. And I would rather use peace through economic strength than have to be shooting at narco boats coming offshore if the government collapsed. We have a generational opportunity in Latin America to create allies. We just saw an election in Bolivia. We're probably going to see an election in Colombia. We've seen them in Ecuador. We're going to see them in the Chile. So by stabilizing the economy there and making a profit, then that's a very good deal for the American people. And there's a lot we could have been doing for American farmers, but Democrats closed the government.
Whew! There's a lot we could have been doing for American farmers, but Democrats closed the government. Look at that face. Look at that absolute savage. What a patriot. Yeah, Slutty Milk, we bought their currency, helped them win, and profited as a result. Mega based. I hate libertarians, man. I fucking hate libertarians. Nothing has made me hate libertarians more than the last, year or so. This is intelligent empire. Yeah, that's a bless your dumb little heart face. Yeah. Oh, bless your heart. We're stabilizing our hemisphere. We're ensuring we have a friendly government. We have a friendly government that's operating at our behest. We're not gonna let that government fall, create a destabilizing catastrophe in our hemisphere that's gonna wind up at our borders. Notice he said, I'd rather not be shooting at narco boats coming across the water toward us. Yeah, it'd be great if we didn't have to shoot at them. It'd be great to prevent another Venezuela situation. So we're going to stabilize this ally, but we're not just going to do this just add it to the debt. No, we're actually going to make money off of it. Here's the sovereign wealth fund for you. This is what happens when you have an extremely sophisticated hedge fund guy as a treasury secretary, as opposed to a communist professor, a Marxist egghead. And then another one. Got some, so a few things here. We're getting broader into geopolitics. So here's Scott schooling these commie queers, again, on tariffs.
I think that the tariffs help consumers because we are able to, if you go back and look, they brought down the budget deficit. And MIT came out with a study that said that 42% of the great inflation was caused by the big deficit spending. So as you bring down deficit spending, inflation will come down. And the tariffs, right now we take in substantial tariff income. Over time, that will rebalance as the factories move to the U.S., and that will become the corporate income or wage income. And by bringing down the budget deficit, we are bringing down inflation. I think that
So in other words, where does the inflation come from? The inflation comes from the deficit spending. What's deficit spending? It's when you issue debt to cover the cost of new spending. You issue debt in a deficit. So you're spending more than you're taking in. And you're covering that difference with debt. Well, this is necessarily inflationary because what are you doing? You're expanding the money supply. You're putting new currency into circulation that was not there before. Tariffs are not inflationary because tariffs are not introducing new money into the money supply. What are the tariffs doing? The tariffs are, so you have a deficit, right? And then you spend on that deficit. You spend using debt, which makes the deficit go higher. Which means there's more currency units chasing ostensibly the same number of goods, which means the goods get more expensive. So if you increase the money inflows, you generate revenue, new revenue. You think of it as like getting a raise at your job or getting a second job, a new source of income. Let's get my hands right here. That offsets that deficit, which effectively reduces the inflation because it's moving the money supply more into balance with the available goods. And how's that going to show up? It's going to show up in increased corporate income or increased individual income, which means wages go up, which means tax receipts go up, which means tariff revenue can come down. And it naturally balances it out. So tariffs are like the catalyst for rebalancing this system that's getting into this runaway debt spiral. Tariffs are one of the catalysts that begin to rebalance that. Saying that tariffs are inflationary belies or reveals a total misunderstanding of monetary flows. Yeah, Kate says it seriously pissed me off when Marjorie Trader Green. That's going to be an impossible one to live down. Marjorie Trader Green substantiated the enemy's talking point that it was a bailout for Argentina when she was on The View. Could have prepared to counter that, but no, she had to go be a spiteful twat. And I think it's because she genuinely doesn't know better because she's genuinely stupid. She's just parroting the libertarian talking point that all the other libertarian talking heads are using. This is like wonky stuff that's over people's heads, but they've been brainwashed by this bullshit free trade worldview for so long that they just instinctually use it. And once the influencers start using it, everyone else starts using it. Here's a great thread or great tweet from Sightbringer. And I've shared some stuff from this guy before, and people are like, wait, can't you tell it's AI? Yeah, obviously it's AI. I don't give a shit. Listen to what's being written. What Bessent is doing is quietly revolutionary. Not because tariffs are some magic bullet, but because he's weaponizing them as a philosophical correction to 40 years of structural rot. Since the 1980s, America's economy has been built on illusionary leverage, exporting inflation, importing goods, and pretending that financialization was productivity. Wall Street and Washington entered a symbiotic delusion. One manufactured debt, the other monetized it, and both lived off the fumes of cheap Chinese labor and artificially suppressed domestic wages. This is the deficit spending thing that Bessent is talking about. One of them manufactures the debt, the other monetizes it. So takes that debt and turns it into money that gets put out into circulation. Tariffs in this context are not about trade. They're about sovereignty reclamation. They're a mechanism to force reality back into contact with itself, to close the loop between consumption and production, credit and output, nation and identity. Bessent's framing, linking tariffs to deficit discipline and inflation suppression, is an attempt to reintroduce accountability into a system that's forgotten consequence. It's not neoliberal and it's not Keynesian, it's post-illusionist. He's saying, if you don't have the courage to stop spending, then extract discipline through trade. That's the deepest layer. Tariffs become the painkiller and the surgery in one. They slow fiscal bleeding and compel capital repatriation. Now the uncomfortable part. This is the stuff that all of the other things are like window dressing to me. If we didn't get anything else that we wanted from the rest of the administration, it would be a win for just the things that are happening between Trump and Bessent renegotiating the entire global trade system. It's wonky and it's complex and it's kind of dry. So most people can't hang with it. They just want like clickbait headlines and stuff they can yell about. But this is the stuff that's really, really transformative. And this is the stuff that's going to start. It necessarily takes time to get these things put into place. You're overturning the entire global monetary and trade order that has existed for decades. It's going to take a while to get that done. And only someone like Donald Trump could do it. He is the singular personality who could pull this off. And then, down the line, we'll begin to bear the dividends. Quite literally. This is the stuff that's going to really start paying off in 2026, just in time for the midterms. So we took our medicine in year one, because they had to get this stuff done ASAP, so that the economy would be absolutely cooking by the time the midterms roll around. Wages up, tariff dividends in our pockets, Obamacare BTFO'd by private health savings accounts funded by the federal government, investment accounts for every single child funded by the federal government, and tips from Justine.
Tariffs mean they buy your money to pay you. Trump is going to get a new amendment passed to get tariffs as a permanent foreign policy. This will cover inflation and make Americans come together. If you want to know more, Google Trump Inflation Rule 34.
Don't Google that! Don't Google that! Justine! Get yourself together! It is true that Trump is going to get maybe not a new amendment, but Trump is definitely going to get tariffs as a matter of permanent foreign policy. Making Americans come together. See, the horny posting is just part of the package here. Oh, why did I say that? Part of the package. Goddamn. Because you also get bangers like tariffs mean they buy your money to pay you. Yes, that's right. They buy your money to pay you. That's exactly what it is. Then you also get, if you want to know more, Google Trump Inflation Rule 34. Thank you, Justine. You are a princess. You're delightful. Please, more of you. We need to get some more tips in here. Speaking of income, speaking of in boosting wages, I need you guys to boost my wages, and I need some Justine commentary that isn't pure hornt. We need to get some more tips in here. That's right. Tips.kingpill.com. I didn't even remember what I was saying before. Oh yeah, it's gonna pay off. Like shit's gonna be humming by the middle of next year. Now the uncomfortable part. This path is deflationary for elites and disciplinary for consumers. It redistributes power vertically, away from speculative capital toward productive capital. This is why the MSNBC types panic. The globalist project depends on the infinite circulation of debt and cheap labor. Bessent's doctrine ends that cycle. He's not talking about policy, he's describing a civilizational reset. It's the slow return of the real economy after 40 years of abstraction. Longer than 40 years, honestly. The beginning of hard money, hard borders, and hard work. So yes, I'll say it plainly. Bessent just articulated the first intellectually coherent foundation of the post-globalist American order, and the establishment knows it. That reminds me of what I was going to do here. There's a great post here from Mr. Sue. He says, understanding the tariff strategy is just as important as understanding SOFR. They're two sides of the same coin on reclaiming economic sovereignty and independence from the globalists. So true. So true, Mr. Sue. Okay, so then, this is an interesting headline. Scott Adams says, I did not see this coming. Say a prayer for Scott Adams, by the way. He really seems like seems like he doesn't have much longer. Say a prayer for the man. Fed study vindicates Trump trade policy. 150 years of evidence shows tariffs lower inflation. From John Carney at Breitbart News, a sweeping new analysis of tariff policy spanning 150 years suggests that the economic establishment may have fundamentally misunderstood how tariffs affect prices and employment. You don't say. It's almost like what's the quote about if a man is paid not to understand something, he never will. The finding has profound implications. Ku Klux Kangs.
Nah, you should have said it. Package. Pack. Edge. Yum. Tariffs. Inflation. Bonks all the way.
Thank you, Ku Klux Kangs. I did this to myself, didn't I?
No thanks, irrelevant pervert.
Okay, this finding has profound implications for understanding President Donald Trump's trade policy and the proper response by the Federal Reserve. Researchers at the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco examined major tariff changes from 1870 through 2020 across the United States, the United Kingdom, and France. Their conclusion challenges the conventional wisdom that dominated economic policy debates in recent years. Justine!
Hey, your streamer. Put all your chips into Justine. Deflate the elites and turn them into a quivering mess. Bessent is the best man to ram the hard truth down the globalists' throats, intellectually. Region locking games made every region more competitive.
Once again, region locking games made every region more competitive. That's a banger! So good! Thank you, Justine. I will accept the horny posting as long as you're continuing to include such phenomenal one-liners like that. Please, everyone, put your tips into Justine. Their conclusion challenges the conventional wisdom that dominated economic policy debates in recent years. When countries raise tariffs, prices actually fall, not rise. We find that a tariff hike raises unemployment and lowers inflation, the authors Reggie Barnacone and Ayush Singh. Uh-oh. Okay, we got to do one of these.
Indians.
This goes against the predictions of standard models whereby CPI inflation should go up in response to higher tariffs. It's almost like the standard models are bullshit. The finding arrives at a politically charged moment as the Trump administration has implemented tariff increases averaging 18% on U.S. imports in 2025. Mainstream economists warned of a significant inflationary spiral. The Federal Reserve officials have repeatedly said that they have hesitated to cut interest rates because they expect tariffs to push up prices. More on the Fed here in just a moment. More recently, several Fed officials have said that they think the central bank should not cut interest rates further due to what they believed would be inflationary pressures from tariffs. But the historical evidence suggests those concerns may have rested on shaky theoretical foundations not backed by evidence. The tarifflation story was upside down. The researchers' approach was ingenious. Rather than trying to parse recent decades of limited tariff variation, they exploited massive swings in tariff policy across centuries, using these shifts as a natural experiment to understand cause and effect. The key insight came from American political history. Throughout the 19th century and into the 1930s, Republicans and Democrats held fundamentally opposite views about tariffs. Republicans, representing industrial interests in the North, favored high tariffs for protection. Democrats, representing the agricultural South, opposed them as harmful to farmers and consumers. This partisan divide created something economists rarely find: quasi-random variation in policy. When recessions hit, the political response to higher unemployment depended on which party was in power, not on any consistent economic logic. Republicans would raise tariffs to protect their constituents. Democrats would lower them for the same reason. Quoting, "Since recessions did not favor one party over another, there was no general relation between the direction of tariff changes and the state of the economy," the authors explain. This meant they could use straightforward statistical methods to isolate tariff effects without worrying that policymakers were adjusting tariffs in response to economic conditions. Headache disrespecter! What in the fuck just happened? That was something. That was erotic. It just keeps getting worse. Headache disrespecter? Reminds me of a joke. Guy walks into the house. His wife's laying there asleep. She's laying there, mouth half open while she's sleeping. And he walks over to her. He grabs an ibuprofen, takes it and tosses it into her mouth. Wakes her up and she's like gagging, spitting it out. She's like, "What the hell was that for?" And he said, "I was just giving you some pain medicine for your headache." She's like, "I don't have a headache." He's like, "Excellent." That's what that reminded me of. Thank you, headache disrespecter. They also identified 8 major tariff changes explicitly motivated by long-term political considerations rather than cyclical pressures, from the McKinley tariff of 1890 to the recent Trump tariffs of 2018, and analyzed those separately. Both approaches yielded the same surprising result. So they picked 8 major tariff changes explicitly motivated by long-term political considerations. So basically tariffs that were being implemented for political reasons, not necessarily just a response to the market at a given point in time. Although I don't know exactly how you'd parse those, but they made that effort at least. And then they also noted that because of this...
This stream wore off the rails the next last week.
Yeah. No kidding. Thank you, Anon. Then they also looked at this, the partisan divide in the U.S. between the North and the South. Basically, the North and the South being based on such different economic models, and the parties corresponding so tightly to those economic models. It meant that the implementation of tariffs was not necessarily a reactive economic response, but it was a matter of ideological commitment from one side or the other. So it gave them a sort of randomness that was in there that they were able to parse, because actually identifying some of these things in an economic study, which is like the holy grail, you have to have a study. I'm studying. It can be kind of hard to try to isolate all the different variables and everything that you need. So having this sort of quasi-random variance they talked about would be useful. So they took 2 different approaches to it, and both approaches yielded the same results. Using a standard economic model, researchers estimated the effect of tariff shocks on inflation and unemployment. A roughly 4 percentage point increase in average tariffs lowered inflation.
Sorry, just gargling after brushing my teeth. The balls on this guy to put that in my mouth like that. I cannot be held responsible for my actions. I am a passive vessel for you. Studying proactive tariffs versus reactive tariffs was very clever thinking.
Yes! Studying proactive tariffs versus reactive tariffs was very clever. Thank you, Justine. And also, you were not a passive vessel for me. You are a passive vessel for you. I have nothing to do with this. I'm a victim in this entire thing, but I'm getting paid for it. So I'll continue to be victimized. I think I have Stockholm Syndrome. The rest of you guys are just listening to this for free. Joke's on you. Thank you for the tips, guys. I appreciate you. A roughly 4 percentage point increase in average tariffs lowered inflation by about 2 percentage points, while raising unemployment by about 1 percentage point, they found. The results held across 2 different time periods. Whether examining the first wave of globalization before 1913, the interwar period, or the modern post-World War II era, the pattern remained consistent. Higher tariffs correlated with lower prices and weaker economic activity. This pattern contradicts standard economic theory, which predicts that tariffs should raise business costs and lead to higher consumer prices. Instead, the researchers observed tariff increases associated with both lower inflation and higher unemployment. A combination the authors say more consistent with a negative demand shock than a supply-side cost increase. These findings point towards tariff shocks acting through an aggregate demand channel, the authors conclude. So, you get lower inflation, so prices coming down while employment is going up a little bit. And I actually saw people who were pointing at this and saying, "See, they're going to raise unemployment." And this is why, again, I said you have to, when you evaluate these things, if you can't really look at everything in isolation. So yeah, the tariffs, if applied and sustained, could have the effect of raising unemployment because costs are increasing. If you're increasing costs and you're lowering prices, then something's gonna have to give. So employment is the thing that has to give. But this isn't an argument against using tariffs. It means you have to do other things to account for the fact that there might be upward pressure on the unemployment number. However, the researchers do not identify the specific mechanism. They note that when tariffs, quote, appear to act as aggregate demand shocks, when tariffs increased, stock prices fell, and market volatility spiked, which could reflect uncertainty dampening economic sentiment. They also note that tariffs could depress asset prices, which could then depress demand. But they stop short of proving this is what actually happens. This is another thing, too. Like, if tariffs increase and it causes stock prices to fall and market volatility spike, which could reflect uncertainty dampening economic sentiment, there's a temporal aspect to this as well. Because if the tariffs are applied, then that does make things more uncertain, which could just make people more risk averse. But then you have to look at like the immediate time after the tariffs, and then drag it out for a while. And how does the market respond after the tariffs have been around for a while and certainty builds? Because the longer that they've been in place, the more certain things get, which means people are more and more willing to take risks because they're getting used to the new status quo. But there's political factors that would dictate whether or not the tariffs would stay there for long enough for you to actually see what does it look like when you have tariffs in place and people expect them and they're budgeting around them. Quoting, we provide suggestive evidence that an aggregate demand channel can be at play, but an important avenue for future research is to understand the theoretical reasons for these surprising yet robust findings, which are central to the appropriate monetary response to tariff shocks, the economists write. Alternate explanations remain plausible. Tariffs could strengthen domestic workers' bargaining power, raising wages and reducing firms' hiring at the margin, while foreign competitors simultaneously cut prices to maintain market share. Every single one of these things, it's like if you push down one lever, it's going to push up another one. And if you push down that one, it's going to push up another one. And you only have so many hands to hold levers down. So it's kind of an ongoing game. The paper's findings overturned decades of consensus among mainstream economists about tariff effects. And this is really the fact that this came directly from the Fed. Yeah, this was a Fed study. So this is landmark. And I think the fact that it's being released right now is interesting because I bet you that this will play into the Supreme Court's ruling. Trade theory has long held that tariffs are economically inefficient, raising consumer prices while reducing overall prosperity. Yet this study of 150 years of actual tariff episodes suggests the real-world effects are far more complex than textbook models suggest. I would say the mere fact that this was published, Mr. Stu says, if this came out of the San Francisco Fed, that's a fucking message right there. San Francisco, of all places, where Yellen came from. Is that where it came from? Let's look at this article here. Yes, it did. Holy shit. Yeah, this is a message. This is a message, all right. This San Francisco, is that the Mexican Samuel Francis? This is put another fiver in the Tom Luongo was right jar. That there are factors within the Fed that are grinding under the British economic model we've all been subjected to. The research suggests that tariff shocks operate primarily through aggregate demand mechanisms rather than through the simple cost push mechanism that trade models emphasize. This distinction matters enormously. It means that tariffs can be used as a policy tool without triggering the consumer price spirals that economists have warned about for generations. Gee, I wonder why economists have been bullshitting for generations on this.
Importantly, the tariffs reduce asset prices and increase the investment in safe, productive capital. Unemployment goes up, but maybe we don't need everyone employed. Hey, maybe half the adults don't need to work at all. But I'm just a girl from SoCal.
Ha ha ha! I see what you did there, Justine. Justine wants to be scooped up and given a kitchen to wander around barefoot in. Yes, maybe half the adults don't need to work at all. Indeed, indeed. Imagine that. Yeah, I wonder why economists have warned for generations that tariffs would trigger a consumer price spiral. Don't you dare use tariffs. Don't you dare protect your economic sovereignty. We must have free trade. Free trade. Although even here, the results are merely suggestive. It's not clear from the research why tariffs push down inflation and employment, only that they do. The study's authors note the surprising scarcity of rigorous empirical research on tariff effects. Gee, isn't that surprising? Nobody has studied, rigorously, empirically studied tariff effects? It's almost like it's this untouchable dogma that you just get shouted down if you ever choose to study it. Yeah, economists. Free trade. How about one of these? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Right here.
What a fag.
The study's authors, they say there's surprisingly little empirical evidence on the aggregate macroeconomic effects of tariff changes, with most studies have focused on partial equilibrium effects. By grounding their analysis in historical evidence rather than theoretical assumptions, they forced a reckoning with how much the policy consensus rested on untested premises. The paper comes at a moment when the economic consensus faces increasing scrutiny. For decades, mainstream economists have dominated policy debates, and their models, which predicted significant consumer price increases from 2025 tariff hikes, shaped expectations and Fed decisions, yet the historical evidence suggests those models were wrong. Let's see. What emerges is a picture of tariffs far different from what opponents have typically portrayed. Rather than a crude tool that raises prices and harms consumers, tariffs appear to operate through sophisticated demand and supply mechanisms that reshape economic activity in ways economists are only beginning to understand. Now it's kind of restating itself, and I think that's good enough. So, for more on the Fed, this is an excellent article, Jim Bianco says, to understand what Steve Mirren is all about. Stephen Mirren, who is a member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. This is the guy who wrote the Mar-a-Lago Accords paper. And I'm kind of wondering if he might be the one who's ultimately bound to be Jerome Powell's successor. It'd be quite a radical move, but it'd be very interesting. I'm going to read some segments from the article here, and then I'll come back to Jim Bianco. So this is the article here. Stephen Mirren's Post-Neoliberal Economics. I'm just going to read the beginning here, and then I'm going to go down toward the end, because it's the parts that are most important. So, when the recently appointed Federal Reserve Governor Stephen Mirren spoke at the Economic Club in New York this September, he broke one of the Fed's unspoken rules. Dissent is officially noted in the central bank's meeting minutes, but the identity of the dissenters is hidden in anonymous dot plots. But Mirren revealed himself to be the solitary deviating forecast, the lone Mirren dot singling opposition to where the Fed was heading. He used the moment to challenge the foundations of United States monetary policy. Quote, "I think it's important to take these models seriously, not literally," he said. He warned that models do not take into account the scale and speed of policy changes in light of the Trump administration's re-election. The problem with the Fed isn't wrong technique or bad data, he suggested, but rather that the very structure of its models is embedded in the economic and political assumptions of a bygone era. Error, too. The world the forecasts are trying to measure no longer exists. If the neoliberal economic model that has prevailed since Paul Volcker's tenure as chair of the Fed is breaking down in the Trump era, Mirren is trying to sketch a post-neoliberal framework to preserve American dominance. If he is right, he may be the first major figure inside the Fed to begin thinking beyond neoliberalism. To call Mirren post-neoliberal means more than the Trump-era GOP rejecting market fundamentalism and free trade and embracing state planning. It means he accepts that the institutional world built under Reagan and Thatcher has exhausted itself, and is asking what new tools might be required to achieve growth, stability, and transformation. Major crises in global capitalism have given rise to new economic theories that explain the causes of the breakdown and provide new operating models. Justine again!
Interestingly, according to my research, higher unemployment under protectionist systems increases population growth if the tax burden is low. I may not be able to do math, but babies need time and money, neither is sufficient alone. Get your tips in, boys.
Yeah! Get your tips in, boys! Gotta donate to the, not donate. It's not a donation. This is value for value. I'm providing you value. You're giving me value in return. Shout out to the No Agenda boys. These are contributions to the Make More Ericssons Fund. I provide value to you, you provide value back, and we make more Ericssons. That's how it works. Got a virtuous cycle here. John Maynard Keynes wrote in his General Theory in the midst of the Great Depression, Milton Friedman rose to prominence during the stagflation of the 1970s. Neither produced their theories out of whole cloth. Instead, they tried to explain outcomes that existing models couldn't account for and used those failures to expose the limits of the prior orthodoxy. Keynes relaxed some of the rigid assumptions of classical economics to explain the persistent downturn of the 1930s, while Friedman augmented the popular Phillips curve to make sense of the era's mix of high inflation and high unemployment. Like these famous predecessors, Mirren is trying to follow through on tendencies that have emerged in the neoliberal era in order to be ahead of the curve of changes in capitalism. His aim is not to liquidate US-led global capitalism, but to adapt it to new realities. Now, let me come down to the last bit here. I'm going to skip the middle. You guys can go read this later if you'd like to. This is on in Compact Magazine. For Mirren, rethinking the structure of the Fed is just one piece in a larger effort to redesign the institutions of global capitalism itself. The culmination of these efforts came at the end of last year with A User's Guide to Restructuring the Global Economy, better known as the Mar-a-Lago Accord. It's a very good read. It's a little dense, but not as much as you might think. Published shortly after Trump's second election, the paper lays out Mirren's attempt to rescue US-led global capitalism from the contradictions of the neoliberal era. He insists that the white paper is not policy advocacy, but rather an effort to diagnose the economic disequilibrium in the terms of trade that underlies the nationalists' critique of the current system. Put differently, Mirren is offering a political economy of Trumpism that seeks to understand rather than simply condemn the forces that have disrupted the post-Cold War order. The Mar-a-Lago Accord extends Mirren's domestic critique of neoliberal models to the international economic order. The global economic models that sprang up over the past half-century, he argues, tried to understand deviations from the ideal by reasoning that these were simply temporary fluctuations that would balance out in the long run. But, he says, quote, "The long run is here and the models are wrong." The reason lies in the unique role of the dollar. As the world's reserve currency, it is used by competing exporters and importers alike to finance production and consumption. Demand for dollars is insatiable, Mirren says, and, quote, "too strong for international flows to balance, even over 5 decades," end quote. The same mechanism that is supposed to stabilize global exchange also prevents it from adjusting. This helps explain that this is, when we talk about the U.S. consumer market that undergirds the dollar, this is what we're talking about. This helps explain the persistence of U.S. trade deficits. Trump's claim that foreigners are ripping us off may be demagogic, but for Mirren, it points to a real structural problem. The United States provides a security umbrella as a public good to allied countries who benefit from a peace dividend. Furthermore, countries even benefit from the US dollar when they trade bilaterally, because the, quote, "depth and liquidity of the dollar system makes it the cheapest way to exchange between currencies." Domestically, the global reserve position of the US dollar was supposed to help buttress the transition from a manufacturing economy to a services economy by maintaining a supply of cheap imports and low borrowing costs. This worked for a while, but when employment became an issue in the late 2000s, the system began to break down. So in other words, like, if we offshore all of our manufacturing, then all of our stuff will become super cheap, and the strength of the dollar in this system will mean that we'll be able to borrow for really, really cheap. So everything will be cheap, even the cost of money will be cheap. And so then we don't need to do the hard work of manufacturing and everything, which is great if you have this like utopian end of history, we're all just going to sit around the global campfire and sing Kumbaya view of the world. The cost of reserve currency status was not noticeable at first because, as Mirren says, the United States was, quote, large relative to the rest of the world, end quote. So the externalities seemed minimal. But the very success of this system created a tipping point. The growth of the Chinese economy was solidified when it joined the World Trade Organization in 2001. For Mirren, the global system of tariffs and trade rules is now, quote, locked into a configuration designed for a different economic age. Tariffs, therefore, are not protectionist in the old sense, but diagnostic, a way of exposing and renegotiating the hidden imbalances built into the global economy. So he's saying the structure of the global economy is now anachronistic. It doesn't fit the world the way it is now. Everyone's locked into this system, but it's not benefiting anyone. The United States is at the heart of it, and we control the dollar, at least ostensibly. We didn't until recently, but we control the dollar, and we control the consumer market. Therefore, we're the only ones who can change this. You know what? I just realized why the pig... Oh yeah, you guys are saying the same thing. Yeah, why the pig emote isn't working. Hold on a second. Let me fix this. It's because the name in it, I named it Wigger Pig, and it's probably when you guys, it's basically thinking you guys are saying Wigger. Hold on just a sec. I've got to delete it so that I can fix it. Let me upload it here again. This one here. And I'm just going to call it Pigger. There we go. That should work. You might have to like refresh or close out the app and start over again. I'm not sure. But try it and see if it works. So the structure, the global system of tariffs and trade rules is locked into a configuration designed for a different economic age. The economic ecosystem, state of things, has changed so comprehensively that thinking of tariffs as a protection in the protectionist sense is wrong-headed. When you implement the tariffs, it exposes the hidden imbalances that are built into the global economy and gives you an opportunity to renegotiate. Tariffs, then, are the logical culmination of trends that have been on view for over 50 years. The global imbalances created by the dollar reserve system, Mirren argues, make the standard economic critiques of tariffs obsolete. In the standard models, quote, trade deficits will cause the dollar to weaken, which reduces imports and boosts exports, eventually wiping out the trade deficit, end quote. But in a dollar reserve world, that adjustment never occurs. The demand for dollars keeps the currency strong and the imbalance permanent. And what happens when the currency is strong? You are disadvantaging, creating a disadvantage for domestic American producers. So that imbalance is going to stay there. Because if American producers are producing things that they're selling in dollars, but the dollars are staying strong because there's such a strong global demand for them, then the domestic producers can't compete with the foreign producers. Because ideally, if you have a trade deficit, it will cause the dollar to weaken. So then people will stop buying internationally and they'll buy domestically, and it'll rebalance it. But for the United States in particular, because of the centrality of the dollar in global trade, that everybody constantly has demand for, even when they don't want to. They're addicted to the dollar. So it means that the dollar continually stays artificially strong, which disadvantages the domestic producers, and it means this imbalance is constantly there. So you have to inject into the system. You have to interfere in the system intentionally to rebalance it. You rebalance it in favor of domestic producers because the system will not balance itself. As Mirren put it in an interview in March, one needs to think about tariffs in terms of who is most inflexible. Their purpose is to make clear just how much the global system is invested in the United States, and from this, why it is in everyone's interest for a reset. You catch that? So, by applying the tariffs, you show everyone just how much you depend upon the tariffs. Or sorry, just how much you depend upon the US market. Because if you're going to stay invested in the US market, even with the tariffs, we're going to jack our prices up and you're still going to buy our shit. You're still going to stay invested in us. Wouldn't it be nicer if we just brought them back down again? You see how much it hurts when we make it more expensive to interact with our market? See how much it hurts? That's just how addicted you are to us. And that's not good for you, and it's not good for us. So we're going to renegotiate this into better terms. Even China has been trying to rebalance internally towards consumption since the 2008 economic crisis, and the tariffs might encourage a shift within the CCP away from those factions most vested in export-led growth. So in a sense, what the US is doing with the tariffs on China, forcing these trade negotiations, is they're actually executing a sort of regime change on the CCP. Maybe a soft regime change, but by creating this pain, they're creating a political split within the party. That Miran has now joined the very institution he has spent years criticizing is not a contradiction, but a continuation of his project. The central theme across his work, from monetary federalism to the Mar-a-Lago Accord, is that the boundaries dividing monetary, fiscal, and trade policy have collapsed. These aren't separate verticals, it's all the same thing. If the Fed and the Treasury already act in tandem, Miran argues, that coordination should be made deliberate and accountable. Everyone talks about the independence of the Fed. It's a quasi-independent agency. It's important to maintain, you can't politicize the Fed. And he's like, they're already cooperating. Look what happened under Janet Yellen. They're already cooperating. So we need to formalize this. Make it deliberate and accountable. We're not politicizing the Fed. The Fed is already politicized. We're making it explicit. This is why I'm really wondering if he's going to wind up replacing Jerome Powell. He's on a mission to modernize US-led capitalism, turning ad hoc crisis management into a coherent framework for political economy. As he states in his user's guide, the success of his vision will likely depend on renewed cooperation between the Fed and the Treasury, similar to Operation Twist in 1961, when the two institutions made a joint attempt to save the Bretton Woods system. But, most importantly, he thinks, such coordination requires, quote, public support from the president. Now that Miran sits on the Fed's board, the possibility of that alignment is no longer theoretical. His former co-author, Nouri El-Rubini, has already noted that the activist Treasury continues under Trump. Whether Miran's prescriptions will work is another question. Perhaps his arguments are incorrect and his predictions wrong, but they point to a deeper reality. The neoliberal order that kept markets and politics apart is gone. If we're living through a transformation in capitalism, it would behoove us to consider the urge behind this need for new economic thinking and why it is plausible. To return to Miran's injunction, we should take him seriously, not literally. So there was some in-between stuff there that I skipped as well. But coming back to Jim Bianco's tweet here, he says, this opening and closing paragraph struck a chord with me. I've called the U.S. economy post-COVID, which follows on it previously being post-crisis, 2008. We need to understand how things are working now. I have shorthanded this as we are not going back to 2019. So from the opening about Miran, the problem with the Fed isn't wrong technique or bad data, he suggested, but rather that the very structure of its models is embedded in the economic and political assumptions of a bygone era. The world the forecasts are trying to measure no longer exists. And then Bianco says, I hope Jay Powell and the Fed staff are carefully listening to Steve, because these statements by Powell are at the heart of the post-COVID policy errors. January 31, 2024, Powell said, the economy is broadly normalizing and so is the labor market, but not totally back to normal. Powell's statement is based on a belief that we not only can return to 2019, but are actively doing so. Is this the correct model of the economy for the Fed, or are they from a previous cycle that no longer applies? I agree with Mirren that the Fed models are wrong, which is why I've also been critical of the most prominent defender of the old status quo models, New York Fed President John Williams. What are the new models? Here we can debate. But let's at least acknowledge that the current models and rules need to be revamped. The article concludes with this, and I just read that he highlights, if we are living through a transformation in capitalism, it would behoove us to consider the urge behind this need for new economic thinking and why it is plausible. To return to Mirren's injunction, we should take him seriously, not literally. He talks about he says, if you want a visual of it being a post-COVID economy, here's my post from Friday. And what is the cause of the K-shaped economy? The short answer is inflation, affordability, and not jobs. Here's the K-shaped economy. You have the S&P continuing trending up, while the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index is trending down. So there's a obviously you can see these were roughly correlated in the past, going back 25 years, but obviously there's been some sort of a breakdown. Something's broken. Okay, now, Justine.
I'm admiring Miran RN. He's so handsome and brave. He can rearrange my economic eyes any day. He is literally systems of national economy posting in your blackpilling. Jason is here for this. Reorder the Republican to the First Atlantic Empire. Chief.
Jason is here for this. Jason is now being subjected to Justine as the rest of us have been. Yes, he's literally systems of national economy posting. Shit's getting good up in here, folks. Yeah, Mr. Stu, he told us to treat Fed models the same way we do with Trump. Seriously, not literally. There's Jason. All right, now, on the last lab, way back last week, a few of you guys told me that Trump had retruthed a video from the Promethean Action Girls. I had to go find that so that I could play it for you. And this is just so good. The MAGA grandmas. That's right, he retrusted it. The MAGA grandmas have caught the attention of Donald Trump himself, and you will not believe what video he chose to retroost. It was this one.
President Trump did something absolutely brilliant this weekend. His weapon?
That lead-in probably helped with ensuring that he would retroost it.
President Trump did something absolutely brilliant this weekend. His weapon? A series of Truth Social posts that completely changed the government shutdown narrative. And I'm going to show you exactly how he did it, starting with Senator Mark Wayne Mullen discussing it yesterday.
The president said this morning, I'm recommending to Senate Republicans that the hundreds of billions of dollars currently being sent to money-sucking insurance companies in order to save the bad health care provided by Obamacare be sent directly to the people so they can purchase their own much better health care and have money left over.
Absolutely brilliant move by the president.
Let me just finish reading that. In other words, take from the big bad insurance companies, give it to the people, and terminate per dollar spent the worst health care anywhere in the world, Obamacare. Unrelated, we must still terminate the filibuster. Remember the video that I played for you? Actually, I can't remember if I played the video for you guys, if I just watched it. But it was some journalist chick, some like independent journalist chick, I can't remember who it was, talking about how the real reason for the government shutdown was the subsidies. This was before it became like a major subject of commentary. They said that it was the insurance companies. The Democrats were getting leaned on by the insurance companies to keep the subsidies coming. And Trump just judo moved this. Now, all of a sudden, the Democrats just exist for the sake of at the behest of the insurance companies. And he's turned this into, they're going to shut the government down over Obamacare, and he's going to flip this around. And he's said it enough times now that I think that it's actually going to happen. And it is a brilliant, politically brilliant way of resolving this healthcare trap.
President, and I agree with him 100%. These insurance companies, we're subsidizing them to have high health premiums anyways. Keep in mind, ACA, affordable health care, has not been affordable. President Obama said it was going to drop premiums by 25%. As we sit here right now, without the premium increase that the health care industry is putting on the American people, it's up 221%. And why are we subsidizing them an additional 4% when they're making record profits, which I'm a capitalist. I'm okay with insurance companies making money, but taxpayers shouldn't pad their pockets even more on top of that. What President Trump is saying is, hey, let's give the money to the individual and let them choose their own health care and use the money for actual health care rather making insurance companies even more profitable. I think it's brilliant.
Now, if you've been watching the mainstream media, you'd think the Republican Party is, quote, in a new civil war. They're claiming the ultimate battle came when Tucker Carlson interviewed Nick Fuentes. Every major media outlet pushed that talking point Saturday. But here's what they're not telling you. The Republican Party has been in a civil war ever since Donald Trump walked down the escalator in 2015. It's between rhinos and the new Republican Party. This isn't news. What is news is that Trump just exposed the biggest lie Democrats have been selling for weeks, that we're protecting the little guy by holding out for Obamacare subsidies in the shutdown. I'm Barbara Boyd, and I've been studying American system economics, the economic framework Trump is using, since we rediscovered these ideas in the 1970s. I've also reported extensively on the British instigated coup against President Trump since it began in 2016. Today, I'm going to
The British instigated coup against Trump.
report on two interrelated stories. First, how Trump's economic offensive this weekend kicked senators and congressmen into line to fight for the policies you voted for in November. And second, I'm giving you a major update on the fight against the deep state, where the walls are finally closing in on the real conspirators. You'll see that even the BBC, the crown jewel of British propaganda, is taking a big hit. So buckle up and please like and share this video right now. It helps us build our audience to the size we need to win this fight. Here again is what I thought was the president's killer True Social post. Democrats claim to be working for the little guy and driving down your health insurance. But the Obamacare scam goes straight to their best friends in the insurance industry.
She's reading from Trump's, for those who are just listening, she's reading from Trump's truce here, starting with Democrats claim to be working for the little guy and driving down your health insurance. But the Obamacare scam goes straight to their best friends in the insurance industry.
They are making a killing, while health coverage only gets worse. If Democrats get their way again, they're in for another huge payday at the expense of the American people. No deal. Republicans should give money directly to your personal health savings accounts that I expanded in our great, big, beautiful bill. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Throughout the last month, old school Republican...
Remember the stuff about health savings accounts in the big, beautiful bill? Now suddenly it comes up? Wait a second. This is what we're going to do to address the Obamacare problem? Health savings accounts? Instead of giving the subsidies to the insurance companies, just give them straight to the people? Let the people negotiate their own medical care? Gee, it's almost like there's a plan.
Candidates mostly hid as Democrats attack Trump's affordability crisis. Inflation is way down, but it's not fully cured. Instead of telling the truth and supporting Trump's tariff-based rebuild of the U.S. economy, the Republican Party's losers campaigned on the wedge social issue of 4 years running.
Losers!
Boys and girls' bathrooms and sports. That when people are having a hard time making ends meet. That's why it was refreshing to see Senator Mark Wayne Mullen respond to Marjorie Taylor Greene's complaint that the White House isn't giving the cost of living the attention it's deserved.
The Wang half grandma, totally. Totally. These are the Wang half grandmas. They're so good. She's hard to listen. It sounds like she's got like dentures or something. I don't know. She's kind of hard to listen to, but it's so worth it.
Let's listen to his answer.
I don't know if I agree with that. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think she's great, but I don't know what she's talking about. Walmart just came out and said that grocery prices are down over 20% this time last year. They said Thanksgiving, and that was the CEO of Walmart. Amazon said that the trinkets, the things you were buying last year for Christmas, are down. We have inflation that was at a high of 9.1%, average of 5% underneath Biden. Today it's hovering around 2.5%. Energy prices are down, the lowest they've been since President Trump was last in office. And we know energy is the backbone of inflation. You can't make a product, you can't deliver a product without factoring the energy costs into it.
Energy costs are the backbone of inflation. I don't know if I had ever heard that talked about. Maybe this is just not paying enough attention to commentary on Fox News. But I don't know if I had ever heard that outside of like our wonky circles on like nerdy right-wing Twitter until the last few months that energy costs are the most important thing driving inflation because it increases the cost of your inputs all across the supply chain.
So prices are down. What is up is protein, which is a lot of people, protein meaning pork, chicken, and beef. Now, the president made a huge step at that the other day. If you saw a True Social post, he said he's going to look at the meat packers because the meat packing industry is consolidated, and 3 of the top 4 meat packers are foreign-owned. 2 of them
My president's going to bone the meat packers.
out of Brazil, 1 of them in China. That's a national security issue, plus the difference between what we sell, I'm a rancher myself, what we sell cattle for, what we call in the hoof or feed cattle, and what the retail is. There's such a huge gap. It's the biggest gap we see in any industry from a product being made to the product of retail. That's where the president's focus.
Send Perry in to inspect the meat packers. Perry is extremely experienced at packing meat.
Senator Mullen just talked about the other great idea the president put out, going after the big 4 meat processing cartels who have made meat a luxury item. Now the Justice Department has been tasked to investigate and remedy that. Senate Republicans let Democrats lie for weeks that providing billions in continuing subsidies to Americans added to Obamacare during COVID was somehow a righteous necessity.
MAGA grandma's taking the belt to the ass of the Republicans. She's fed up with them.
Trump turned that completely around by showing that the only people who benefit from this are the rapacious Wall Street and London insurance companies. Health insurance profits have jumped 230% since the Unaffordable Care Act passed.
Ooh!
Now,
the Unaffordable Care Act. She's got zingers.
The shutdown has started to be solved, and there is a big opportunity to fix the mess, which is Obamacare. Trump has already
need to see a Thug Life edit on her.
Aimed at the root causes of spiraling costs through Maha's attack on chronic disease and regulatory capture by Big Pharma. The president took another step last week in bringing prescription drug prices down with his agreement on GLP-1 drug pricing. Similar moves are underway with other costly drugs. Now we need to find ways to get Wall Street out of running medical practices and hospitals. And we also need a whole lot more doctors and nurses. Otherwise, Treasury Secretary Bessent provided an accurate account yesterday of where inflation stands with Trump as opposed to Biden after just 10 months. Let's hear him out.
What we're not going to do is what happened under the Biden administration, where the administration and the media gaslit everyone and said, there's a vibe session. You don't understand how good you have it. And what happened then was we had the worst inflation 40 or 50 years, 22, 23%. But the basket of goods and services for working Americans was up more than 30%. And what we're seeing is we had to stop the increase first. Now we are starting to see prices level off, come down. Gasoline is down, interest rates are down, so mortgages are down, and I think we are making substantial progress on that. And I think over the coming months and the next year, prices are going to come down.
As we build new plants and equipment and bring supply chains home with Trump's tariff and trade policies, Trump's focus is on skilled jobs with high wages for workers. Secretary Bessent has repeatedly said that they're aiming for wage levels which can outpace any inflation. Now, the simplest definition of inflation I've ever found is too much money chasing too few productive goods. The cure is to build and change the entire equation with productive jobs. Not only that, building out the economy of the future changes human identities in ways completely opposite to the pessimism and despair which the low-wage gig economy breeds.
No dooming. My president is the no dooming president, all the way down to the very structure of the economy.
We can tell you the real story because we focus on dynamics and facts rather than manufactured outrage. That is critical as we head into the crucial midterms. If you haven't already, become a subscriber to our newsletter. The link is in the description. So now the big conspiracy begins to get a case to match.
So you can see why, he shared the video. I mean, he may have shared the video just for the first half of this, but he also shared the second half of this.
Are we finally going after the British? There is now a federal grand jury meeting in Florida, which is issuing some 30 subpoenas covering the opening of the Russiagate criminal conspiracy against the Trump 2016 campaign and the first Trump presidency. Subpoena recipients include John Brennan, Peter Strzok, and Lisa Page, among others, and I think they'll work their way up to Barack Hussein Obama. While that's great, I keep insisting that you have to start with the Brits when you're looking at the opening and continuation of this conspiracy against Donald Trump and the American people. A now infamous Guardian article admitted the whole deal. And like all good British intelligence regime change operations, particularly delicate ones like those against the United States, they were quick to tidy things up. After manufacturing dirt on Trump and illegally surveilling the Trump campaign, Robert Hannigan, who was then head of GCHQ, their NSA, resigned unexpectedly in January of 2017. He said he needed to spend time with his family. And after MI6 agent Christopher Steele peddled his fabricated dirty dossier on Trump and Russia, the lead British government security official, Sir Mike Lyle Grant, privately told the Trump White House that British intelligence did not find Christopher Steele trustworthy. That was after Sir Richard Dearlove, the former head of MI6, Sir Christopher Andrew, the Dean of British Intelligence History and the former British ambassador to Russia, and others claimed Steele was their golden boy on all things Russian.
Every time that I see a video with her in it from now on, I'm just going to be imagining fat JD Vance's face over hers. Say please. Say please to President Trump.
Now, there are hopeful signs that this cover-up is ending. First, the heads of the chief British propaganda arm, the BBC, just got canned because of what they did to Donald Trump just ahead of last November's election.
Shit canned.
Seems they doctored a major BBC documentary about Trump just ahead of the election. They clipped film to make it seem the president told his supporters to storm the Capitol on January 6, 2021. BBC Director General Tim Davie and CEO Deborah Turnus announced their resignations yesterday. They didn't just resign, they got canned. It follows the Daily Telegraph getting its hands on internal BBC documents from whistleblowers about this episode. That's not all. It appears that the administration is targeting the top official for the Center for Countering Digital Hate, Imran Ahmad, for deportation from the U.S. That group has been the main British censorship arm here. It was founded by Morgan McSweeney, Keir Starmer's chief of staff. McSweeney, you might remember, turned up leading the British Labour Party team, which came to the U.S. to campaign for Kamala Harris and defeat Donald Trump. And because of Senators Chuck Grassley and Ron Johnson, the walls are now closing in on former special counsel Jack Smith. Smith's wildly illegal Arctic Frost FBI investigation is now under the spotlight. Arctic Frost was aimed at nothing less than jailing Trump for life and destroying critical organizations within the entire Republican Party. All of it to be accomplished ahead of the 2024 presidential election on orders from Joe Biden. It's the last op, if you will, of the seditious conspiracy which began with Russiagate in 2015, 2016, and ended with the January 6, 2021 overthrow of our government. Smith not only commenced 2 bogus criminal prosecutions against Donald Trump, he issued 197 subpoenas to 34 individuals and 163 businesses. His fishing expedition included the unprecedented seizure of President Trump's official White House phone and call data from Republican senators and congressmen. The 197 subpoenas requested testimony, communications, and records related to at least 430 named Republican individuals and entities. Some of the records Smith subpoenaed from banks, individuals, and businesses included communications with media companies such as CBS, Fox News, Fox Business, Newsmax, Sinclair, and others. Communications with, quote, any member, employee, or agent of the legislative branch of the U.S. government. Communications with White House advisors such as Stephen Miller, Dan Scavino, Jared Kushner, Laura Trump, and others. Statistical data and analysis relating to donors and fundraising efforts. Broad financial data relating to conservative individuals and entities. You see, they wanted to take out the entire surviving apparatus of the Republican Party after Trump was in jail for life. These subpoenas were lawfare kill shots. J.P. Morgan Chase, for example, was subpoenaed by Smith for financial records concerning Truth Social. Truth Social didn't exist in the post-2020 election period Smith was appointed to investigate, but it was a vital outlet for the Trump campaign in 2024.
I didn't even put that together before. That they were subpoenaing records from Truth Social regarding that investigation, and Truth Social hadn't even been created yet. It was just so flagrantly corrupt and illegal.
J.P. Morgan debanked Truth Social as a result of the subpoena and refused to tell Truth Social why. Here's Devin Nunes telling Maurice Bartiromo the story yesterday.
Well, when the Arctic Frost went after our bank records at Trump Media, that's inexplicable because we didn't exist. So what reason did they have to go after us? But I think furthermore, why did
Devin Nunes is a patriot.
J.P. Morgan target us and not tell us. We're a Florida company. I mean, I can't believe this is not against Florida law, that it wouldn't be against federal law. But furthermore, during that time period, Maria, when we were a private company just going public, JP Morgan then debanked us at that time. Now, luckily enough, we had other banks in line, First Citizens, but right at the time that we were going public in early 2024, in the spring of 2024, right at the height of the campaign, we were trying to get our company that saved free speech, Truth Social, saving free speech, making sure that we all had a voice. At that time, JP Morgan inexplicably debanked us. And we need to know why that happened. You know, after discussing this with them for several months, going back and forth, it looked political at the time. But now we know that they were under subpoenas that they didn't tell us about as they were cooperating with the Biden Department of Justice.
So let's recap what we just reported. Trump has completely shifted the government shutdown game to where we might repair our disastrous healthcare system and other Wall Street games. At the same time, the City of London's long-standing conspiracy against Trump and the United States is finally taking big hits.
The City of London's long-standing conspiracy against Trump and the United States is finally taking big hits. This from a video that Donald Trump troosted out to the public. Again, it may have just been for the first half of the video, but either Trump himself is sitting here watching Promethean action videos, or someone very close to him is, and is intentionally signal boosting this particular one.
These are the real dynamics in human history, not the media's manufactured controversies. We're on a drive to expand Promethean action into a major policy force ahead of the midterms. That starts with building out and expanding our subscriber base. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our newsletter now. I'll see you again on Thursday for our question and answer session with subscribers. Thanks very much for listening.
Please take a moment and subscribe to our free newsletter at prometheanaction.com.
God bless the MAGA grandmas. Zoomer Dylan says, if he's watching Promethean action, you know some are watching Luongo. Yes. I think we know for a fact that there are some very close to the administration who are watching Luongo. Now, another big thing that very little has been talked about with this, but I think we're going to hear more about it going into next year.
The other thing you're going to see in the middle of the year are these Trump accounts. Every child born retroactively to January 1, but for the next 3 years, is going to get a $1,000 account that's going to be invested in the U.S. stock market. So that's another $1,000 for working families.
So yes.
So every child born retroactively to January 1 for the next 3 years gets a $1,000 account funded by the Treasury that will be invested in the U.S. stock market. This from Unseen One says, another product of the One Big Beautiful Bill that most people didn't know or skimmed over. The program will cost about $11 billion total over 3 years, or about $3.6 billion per year, as there are about 3.6 million births a year. Parents can also open up the accounts for any child 17 and younger on their own. The accounts can accept contributions of up to $5,000 a year from almost anyone, and employers of the parents can contribute $2,500 a year towards that $5,000. The funds must be invested in a mutual fund or ETF. It's after-tax dollars, but the funds grow tax-deferred. Funds can be taken out at 18 for allowed expenses like college or a down payment of a home without penalties. At 18, it's converted to an IRA, and funds can continue to grow tax-deferred until retirement. Shot over the bow for quasi-privatized Social Security for future generations? Yeah, seems likely. So this is just another thing. Like, think about all these families that are all of a sudden going to get these $1,000 funded accounts for their children. And there's kind of again, if you recognize that there is no, like, let the system collapse and burn, like, that's just not an option. Not an option cannot be an option because of the consequences of that. Then this is getting people invested in the system, feeling like they have a stake in the system, which necessarily counters the tendency for nihilism and doom. And it also does substantiate the capital markets. It does it provides extra support to get the capital markets and the average person cross-invested with each other. which has a stabilizing effect. Yes, Emperor Atreides, they have to end birthright citizenship. That's another thing, is that this creates a great pretext for establishing who gets this money. Now think about that. If your goal, if you're going after birthright citizenship, well, you can't just take this and just give it to it. Now you've got all these extra expenses that you have to cover. You're just going to give this money to every single person? That creates there's going to have to be it's like a crash course. That conversation is going to have to happen. Who is going to be entitled to this money? Who actually gets it? Mr. Stu says they can't take that and convert it to cash can. They know. It's locked up until the child turns 18. And then it can only be dispersed for qualified reasons, like college expenses or down payment for a house. So it gets the initial funding of $1,000 funded by the federal government. And then parents can contribute to it. Parents can also open it, but open one for anyone under 17. But I don't think the federal government will fund it. I think they only fund it for new births. That could be wrong. I'm not sure. But I know that parents can open one themselves. And then up to $5,000 a year can be directed to it. And employers can do up to $2,500 of that. So what, like 200 and something dollars a month? This is another employment benefit. Another thing that employers can offer is we will fund your children's investment accounts. Your 40 Don K. Slutty Milk, the branding expert. The 40 Don K. And then this here from Kevin Hassett, the chair of the National Economic Council. Seth Levy says this is perfect messaging. Acknowledges that people rightly feel the way they feel, correctly attributes the blame for why they feel that way, and gives data to show real-world progress in year one, and makes clear both that there's a commitment to and plan for fixing the problem. You know, a lot of people have been like, oh, the administration keeps talking about how everything is good and it's actually bad. Well, here is a member of the administration acknowledging both that, yeah, things are bad right now, but we're on an upward trajectory. You got to recognize, if Bessent or Trump, especially Trump, ever said, yeah, the economy sucks right now, but it's going to get better, that would be hung around his neck for the rest of his life. That he said his own economy sucked. He could say it was Biden's fault. That's never going to fly. You got to recognize things he can and can't say.
The bottom line is that when Joe Biden and the Democrats were running the country over the last 4 years, the typical American family lost $3,400 worth of their purchasing power. And already in President Trump's first few months of this year, then people have gained about $1,200 of it back. And so we understand that people still feel the pain from the deep hole that Biden's policies dug, but we're making up progress. We're making up progress fast. And you had a clip of Secretary Bessent, my good friend, a little bit later saying that we're going to close the gap and fill the hole that Biden dug relatively quickly. We see really high wage growth, and inflation is much more under control. The bottom.
What's up, Nematoda? Good to see you, man. All right, now let's talk a little bit about immigration. Finally, here, 3.5 hours in, a Giga Jew appearance. I've got more than one. Let's go.
Well, the president was very clear in the comments that you just played, which is that he's talking about the semiconductor industry, which is one of the most coveted industries in the world, one of the most national security important industries in the world. Very few other countries are able to compete in this space, and all of those jobs left for Taiwan. And so the advanced semiconductor industry, which is essential to our national security, has been taken out of the country. And so he's talking about a program in which you have a knowledge transfer to Americans of how to do a very specific manufacturing process. That's completely separate and apart from the fact, as you mentioned, that President Trump, through 212F, has put a $100,000 fee on new H-1Bs. We're already seeing a dramatic change in the processing of these visas as a result of that. The Department of Labor has launched Project Firewall. to fight
Project
legal
Firewall
discrimination against Americans and illegal abuses of the H-1B program. You also have the highest standard of vetting that have ever been in place in new visas, including foreign student visas. The State Department has revoked tens of thousands of visas, and they're just getting started with tens of thousands of more.
Stephen Miller's just listing off his W's here. In just a second, I'm going to give you guys the best Telegram channel that you need to follow. It is nothing but a fire hose of white pills.
We have a new focus on denaturalizations. We have a new focus on cutting back.
A new focus on denaturalizations, he says. The State Department has revoked tens of thousands of visas, and they have a new focus on denaturalizations. If you don't know what that is taking away citizenship from people who have it.
We have a new focus on denaturalizations. We have a new focus on cutting back on welfare tourism and welfare migration. And of course, you've seen, again, for the first time in over half a century, net negative migration to this country. You have more foreigners leaving the country than those that are being added on a permanent basis. The last time that happened, again, was over half a century ago during the period in American history in which we had net negative migration for an extended period of time.
Yeah, I think the
Shut up, Rob Schmidt. Trying to hurry him through his answer. Here's another one.
40% of the population of rent-controlled housing in New York City are foreign-born. Think about that. In one of the largest metropolitan areas in the world, 40% of rent-controlled properties are being lived in by people who weren't even born in the country. What kind of system is this?
He's appalled.
We bring in people from foreign countries, and then we pay to lower the cost of their housing, while people who were born here have to pay higher prices.
Bullshit.
So when President Trump is reducing net migration, that is what's going to ultimately, along with all these other steps, deregulation, historic tax cuts, going to bring down the cost of housing.
Stephen Miller is the only person who's allowed to talk about, the only person from the administration who's allowed to talk about immigration-related issues. Always perfectly on brand. Here's the channel I'm telling you about. An appeal to pragmatism. I'll put a link in the description. Go follow this one. Make sure you have the notifications on. Because this dude, whoever this is, whoever's running this, is a patriot of the highest order. I'm going to read through several of these. Yeah, constant immigration white pill. Shout out to Slutty Milk for putting this one on the radar. Paul, woman definer, says, nobody would care about anything going on if there were 3 to 4 million deportations at this point. I tried to tell people earlier this year there needed to be real tangible wins people could see and feel. Mr. Woman Definer, you've got a fucking platform. You routinely get hundreds of thousands of impressions. You should be the one telling people about the real tangible wins. You are being irresponsible with your platform. Appeal to Pragmatism says, reportedly 2 million self-deportations and over 520,000 deportations. Historic record high. The U.S. has never once deported 1 million in 1 year, let alone 3 to 4 million. Temper your expectations with reality. Look at this. Undocumented immigrants apprehended. 1925 to 2013. Operation Wetback was on record the largest deportation operation in history. Over 60% of the migrant apprehensions were voluntary. Between the 1980s to 2000s, the vast majority of encounters were at the border itself, not interior. Numbers! The highest level of migrant removals from the U.S. interior was under Obama, 434,015 in 2013. Trump surpassed that months ago. We want mass deportation to be much bigger, but we should not make completely made-up complaints about the progress. Look at this graph here. Net U.S. migration. Every president since the 1950s has kept net positive immigration. Trump is the only president, both terms, to cut it, and the first to lead us toward potential net negative. This is going back to 2000. Right here, in this little yellow box, this is a visual part. You have to look at this. If you're just listening, you'll want to go to the 338 mark and look at the visual. This yellow box here, this was Trump's first term. Look at Biden. And then here's Trump's second term. The high forecast would be here. The low forecast would be here. We won't know for sure until the end of the year. But no matter what, this is a drastic reduction, an unheard of reduction in net migration. Yes, Bloody Milk, this is literally historic. Eisenhower, whom we applaud for the wetback roundup, sent troops to force whites into diversity. Trump, in contrast, is sending troops to remove diversity. We can acknowledge more must be done and still appreciate that a lot is different. In August of 2023, 82,000 migrants crossed through the Darien Gap on their way to the U.S. In August of 2025, there were 7. In 2 years, from 82,000 to 7. This event of reverse migration, where more migrants are leaving than coming, is a direct response to Trump's crackdown. Look at this. Here it is in graphic form. Migration through the deadly Darien Gap jungle between Colombia and Panama has plunged in 2025 after peaking in 2023. So here's Trump's first term. And then this is under Biden. And Trump's second term. Here's average daily net international migration by U.S. president, 1925 to 2025. Look at this. 100 years worth of data. And this is, for Trump too, this is only January to November 15. So negative would mean net outflow. Look at Biden. Average daily net international migration. Biden was like 2.5 times what Clinton and Obama were, which were the previous highs. Trump 1 was one of the lowest, was the lowest since Reagan. Here's Trump 2. Yeah, that's like 5,000 a day that are leaving on net. Anybody who's telling you they aren't doing anything, anyone who's telling you they aren't doing enough is lying to you. The Department of Homeland Security's new budget. After a funding boost, immigration programs now make up more than half of the DHS budget. Here was the old annual budget. $70 billion on non-immigration, $41 billion on immigration. New budget. Non-immigration got a $7 billion bump. Immigration-related activities got a $40 billion, they doubled. Got a $40 billion bump. New York Times report finds that the DHS and other agencies are spending more work hours on suppressing migration than ever before, with the budget putting enforcement first. Law enforcement is making a shift towards crowd control and group arrests. ICE recruit training is ongoing expediently, with many expected to onboard by late December. We must focus our resources on surge-related training for immigration enforcement, officials at the federal law enforcement training centers wrote in a memo this summer. As a result, training programs for agencies not directly involved in these efforts, originally scheduled between September 9 and December 31, will be rescheduled to later dates. So they're accelerating their focus on surge-related training for immigration enforcement. President Trump has issued pardons by the hundreds, a mass pardon for the January 6 protesters and for 2020 election resistors. The vast majority are white, then there are dozens of commutations the same. You think the majority are black and Jewish because those are the names in headlines. Day 1 of Operation Charlotte's Web in Charlotte, North Carolina has resulted in 81 arrests. SNAP benefits update. More on this in just a minute. Trump's Ag Secretary announced plans to make every SNAP EBT user reapply for benefits so as to filter out the people who don't deserve or really need the help. More detail on that shortly. More about Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Trump is the first to cut legal immigration and address white causes in the last century. He's the leader every remotely right-winger nationalist figure in real life respects. This in itself is the greatest good done. The right can only shoot past him by virtue of him making moves in the first place. The name of this chat is An Appeal to Pragmatism. I'll put a link in the show notes. So you'll find it on the Substack or on the podcast description. 7 years ago in 2018, Trump was the only elected man in the Western world to use nationalist positively. The term regained fame and spread widely after his lead.
A globalist is a person that wants the globe to do well, frankly, not caring about our country so much. And you know what? We can't have that. You know, they have a word. It sort of became old-fashioned. It's called a nationalist. And I say, really, we're not supposed to use that word. You know what I am? I'm a nationalist, okay? I'm a nationalist. Nationalist. Nothing. Use that word. Use that word.
Yes, sir, I will. Lookups for nationalism and nationalists spiked 8,000% on October 22nd and 23rd of 2018. Here you go. Florida foreign students are down by over tens of thousands. Hispanic and Asian areas in cities such as Denver, Houston, and Boston are seeing numbers drop. Parts of Alabama and San Diego report 0 new students come, then hundreds withdrawn or not showing up. Nematode!
For my white pill prescription.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you showing up. Thank you for the tip. I'm happy to provide all the white pills. This is what every single one of these influencers should be doing on the regular. Normalize this. Mainstream this. Trumpet this from the rooftops. This is what's happening right now. You want more of it? Start celebrating it. Because a huge part of this is sentiment driven. Whether you're talking about obstruction for the official channels trying to do it, or people just simply opting out and leaving themselves, or never coming in the first place. Make them feel unwelcome. Trump's first and second terms, depicted by the shaded areas, are the greatest decline of incoming foreign students since 1948. The only terms under which new foreign student enrollment was negative at all. The blue here is total students. The pink here is annual change. Total foreign students is not yet negative, though it has declined. President Trump's pending DHS rules to restrict, ideally end, OPT and enforce a visa time limit would start to cut away at the total number. 800 schools surveyed, 96% reported visa worries. They've so far resisted the loss of most old students, but will be vulnerable to Trump admin pressure in coming months. You know what makes that pressure even more effective? When there's the widespread belief that everyone is fully behind him on this and championing it. Clay Harmon, the executive director of the Association of International Enrollment Management, which represents colleges and recruitment agencies, said, "There are warning signs for future years, and I'm really concerned about what this portends for fall 26 and 27. At DePaul University, a Catholic university in Chicago, the number of international graduate students fell by almost 62% this fall, a driving factor in recent spending cuts. The university president blamed student visa troubles and declining interest to study in the U.S., calling it a massive disruption. Overall, nearly 60% of colleges reported a decrease in new foreign students this fall, the survey found, while 30% saw increases and others held even. Effective this November 24, Maduro, members of his regime, and anyone affiliated with the Venezuelan cartel of the Suns will face a foreign terrorist designation, restricting their financial activity and travel ability. Tom Homan says we are at 625 to 650,000 deportations by ICE and CBP agents, not including self-deportations, and the border has been sealed for 7 months, so this is not overinflated by recording turnaways as Obama did. Quote, "That's a record. We're just getting started. Wait till next year. You ain't seen shit yet."
625, 650,000 deportations by the men and women of Border Patrol and ICE. That's a record. We beat the last record by a couple 100,000, and we're just getting started. We're bringing 10,000 more agents on, If you think the numbers look good this year, wait till next year, because you ain't seen shit yet. Next year is going to be amazing.
Patriot! Yeah, Slutty Milk, once they lose those students easy money, Trump will have even more leverage over universities. Yup. Mellon says anecdotally, our guys in North Carolina say their commutes have been cut in half and they're only seeing white and black guys working. Imagine that, huh? ICE now has a detention capacity of 70,000. That's expected to jump again by January. 60% plus of people detained end up deported soon after. Going from 6 to 700,000 can be accomplished within a month. Record. On January 1st, the new remittance tax will take effect, which could induce another wave of self-deportation, legal and illegal. The new remittance tax hasn't even kicked in yet. It kicks in on the first of the year. From this article, there are no indications the White House pressure will relent. On his conference call, Mr. Miller has recently pushed ICE leaders to arrest even more people, pointing to the ongoing hiring spree that will see the agency bring on more than 14,000 new employees, according to the people familiar with his comments. 80,000 visas have been revoked this year, separate from the 650,000 aliens deported. Another separate number is the revocation of TPS, temporary protective status, CHNV, which was Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, I believe. So those legal statuses, TPS, CHNV, those being revoked will affect between 900,000 to 1.5 million migrants. So 80,000 visas revoked, 650,000 deported, 900,000 to 1.5 million migrants have had their temporary protective status revoked. And then there's something like 2 million self-deportations. Legal status for South Sudanese migrants under U.S. temporary protective status will end on January 5th. 268,000 Venezuelans are no longer eligible for temporary protected status. The few with valid work papers listed to expire on October 2nd, 2026 can stay until that date, then leave. An additional 250,000 lost legal status on November 7th and can leave now or be arrested and removed by force. Wyoming DA will prosecute weed users strongly, says park rangers should be on the lookout for smelly offenders in public. Adopting this nationwide would cut petty crime and disturb undesirable demographics. Construction sites targeted in Charlotte immigration sweep. Charlotte on edge after dozens arrested in weekend immigration crackdown. 140 migrant arrests in 2 days in Charlotte, North Carolina, the city of Irina Zarutska's murder. ICE and CBP agents are hitting cars, homes, and active work sites right now to catch more. By Sunday, reports of CBP activity around Charlotte were overwhelming and difficult to quantify. Greg Osciuto, executive director of the community development group Charlotte East, said in an email, "The past 2 hours, we have received countless reports of CBP activity at churches, apartment complexes, and a hardware store," he said. This guy's analysis of CDC Wonder data for 2025 finds non-Hispanic white mothers have the greatest birth increase since January. Black mom births dropped the most. Latinx and Asian births are greatly slowed compared to Obama or Biden years. Trump's first term was associated with Hispanic moms having fewer children. Foreigners reportedly experienced an increase in birth defects due to stress from Trump wins. Trump voters in each election are higher fertility than non-Trump voters. Concurrently, white births appear to rise. Deportation, denaturalization, revocation, entry denial, and self-removal increasing could have a pronounced impact on this demographic trend as the pace improves. The best way to increase white fertility is voting for Donald Trump. Florida Highway Patrol has arrested 6,200 illegal immigrants for ICE. ARP police signed ICE agreement. Smith County commissioners to consider partnership for constable's office. All police departments, district attorneys, sheriffs, whomever has local authority, should be urged to join the 287G program with ICE. Shout out to Slutty Milk for banging away on this. In January, there were only 135 on board. As of today, there are 1,167. This allows police and other law enforcement to perform migrant crackdown duties such as arrest and transport. Trump says he would launch strikes against Mexico. Trump says he's willing to bomb Mexico if the country does not figure out ways to reduce the rampant drug cartel activity. I saw there's a Gen Z revolution happening, angry at Claudia Scheinbaum for being Jewish. They called her like a Jewish whore. And someone in the King Pill Discord said they saw someone call it the first Groyper revolution. Bunch of Mexican Gen Zers. Listen to this clip.
About H-1B visas, you said that there were certain talents that Americans needed to outsource to foreign workers. Could you clarify?
Until they learn that, yeah. Like, for instance, if you're going to be making chips.
Trump says until they, or Americans, learn that explicitly in the first 5 seconds, consistent with the actual policy being implemented, which is reducing the total, restricting duration, and increasing vetting. Disclosed.tv says, Trump says the U.S. needs H-1B immigrants to make computer chips and train our people. Captive Dreamer says these accounts know that the rabid online Trump base is vehemently against legal immigration and the H-1B issue in particular, and so they post extremely deceiving bylines or summaries of a video where Trump is making it clear this is very temporary in a very specific industry. This is the breaking slop accounts. And every single one of our guys who's dooming out and thinks it's all over and that Trump has betrayed us, he's just lying to us, we're just getting suckered. You're getting played by breaking slop accounts that are probably run by Indians. Trump's USCIS officially does not consider the children of illegals, protected migrants, foreign citizens, or non-immigrants such as H-1Bs, students, DACA recipients, or visitors to be eligible for any birthright citizenship. Let me say that one more time. Trump's USCIS officially does not consider the children of illegals, protected migrants, foreign citizens, non-immigrants such as H-1Bs, students, DACA recipients, or visitors to be eligible for any birthright citizenship. Implementation pursuant to his Day 1 order intends to withhold permanent legitimacy from such foreigners. We are waiting for SCOTUS, if not Congress, to make it final. Yeah, the head of USCIS wants to axe OPT. He said so in his hearing. Correct. He and Stephen Miller have both talked about it. Coinciding with a withholding of birthright citizenship access, the administration has several changes which will limit legal migrant presence, will increase our ability to track and expand our capacity to expel and monitor. U.S. proposes mandatory DNA and biometric data collection for all immigration applicants. USCIS to consider anti-Americanism in immigrant benefit requests. Trump administration restores neighborhood checks for citizenship applicants after a 30-year hiatus. USCIS to add special agents with new law enforcement authorities. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services is now authorized to expand its law enforcement authorities, and newly minted USCIS 1811 classified officers, commonly known as special agents, will be empowered to investigate, arrest, and present for prosecution those who violate America's immigration laws under a final rule published today, September 4, 2025. Also, DHS ends automatic extension of employment authorization. Senator Schmidt posting, outlines severe problems with OPT program. USCIS Director Joe Edlow is pursuing paths to restrict legal immigration after having voiced disapproval of scale and suggesting an end to the OPT, to H-1Bs, etc. pipeline. Senator Eric Schmidt recently petitioned to move forward with shrinking or ending it alongside the end of birthright citizenship. He's got a bunch of quotes here from founding fathers talking about the danger of migration. And here we go. 150 migrants were arrested in one raid last night in San Antonio, Texas. The 150 migrants were arrested at a nightclub. 200 migrants have been arrested in 3 days in Charlotte. Feds are prepared to hit Raleigh, the capital city of North Carolina, soon. 37 migrants arrested by Border Patrol during vehicle searches in New York. Trump admin issues guidance days ago to deny foreigners access to visas for reasons of bad health, wealth, or other issues. DHS released another memo today suggesting serious penalties for migrants who might pose a financial or social burden to us. No more fatties. DHS memo from today offers authority to reject residency if a migrant uses or asks for medical or food benefits. Leave if you are more a burden than a blessing to us. Constricting on every possible vector they can think of. Government should not incentivize immigration. Consider this in conjunction with the series of enforcement actions and vetting policies against legal immigration posted recently. This is a notice of proposed rulemaking. DHS proposes to rescind the 2022 public charge ground of inadmissibility regulations. The 2022 regulations are not the best implementation of the statute, inconsistent with congressional intent, unduly restrictive, and hamper DHS's ability to make accurate, precise, and reliable determinations of whether certain aliens are likely at any time to become a public charge. Rescission would restore broader discretion to evaluate all pertinent facts and align with longstanding policy that aliens in the United States should be self-reliant and government benefits should not incentivize immigration. 1/7 of the student body in Charlotte missed school to avoid sudden ICE raids. While the official attendance data still needs to be finalized and approved by the state, CMS officials told Queen City News that approximately 20,935 students missed school on Monday. This makes up around 15% of the students enrolled in the school district, which is the 16th largest in the country. Yeah, Cheeky. Keep going on about the Epstein files as we end birthright citizenship and ban all fat foreigners. Yes. New York Times polling finds a growing share of legal immigrants and wishful foreign residents are afraid their time is ending in America. Do you ever worry that you or a family member could be detained or deported? Yes has gone from 26 to 41% from spring of 2023 to fall of 2025. So it's gone up by 15%. The no's have gone down by 15%. Since President Trump took office, would you say you and your family feel less safe has gone from 40 to 49%. Interestingly, safer has gone from 18 to 19%. That's an interesting segment of the population. Mr. Gang, an H-1B from China, worries the U.S. is starting to shut out opportunities for other legal immigrants and their children. White pills abound. Thank you, Jeff Adelson and Miriam Jordan, for reporting on this. I'm living a better life myself now in the U.S. over when I was in China, but I feel like it's getting harder and harder for people who just came in to achieve the same kind of dreams as I did, Mr. Gang said. Now when I'm looking at my kids, I feel like it will be very hard for them. Possibly 57% of Hispanics and 45% of Asians are afraid of Trump's policies. Studies and surveys indicate up to 75% of Asians, Hispanics, and blacks feel they don't belong. Some 45% of non-whites would leave the U.S. if they could afford to. On our end, even if you believe the U.S. won't go far enough, it is beneficial to play into the image that America is not welcoming, that America will become stricter as this Trump-era trend continues. The perception strategy applies to Britain and other Western nations the same. Do you think undermining Trump's popular support helps or hinders this cause? This is completely irrespective of your actual feelings about him. Get your emotions out of it and just think just rationally here. Do you think that undermining Trump's popular support for any reason whatsoever makes foreigners feel like it's more or less likely that they will be accepted here in the future? I already played this clip for you guys. Talking about denaturalization. Saudi Arabia is raising its investment of $600 billion to $1 trillion, contributing to U.S. AI magnets and other tech because they believe in Trump's potential to grow. Here's this one. Sharadha Kodim, an immigration lawyer in Irving, Texas, who files work visa petitions mostly for Indian and Southeast Asian nationals. Let's get one of these.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
Good morning, bastards.
She said 3 of her clients on valid H-1B visas were denied entry by U.S. customs agents after they had been temporarily working remotely in their home country to deal with a family or medical emergency. They've been unable to return to the United States where they have spouses and children and own homes. This didn't happen under Biden, Kodem said. So these are H-1B visa holders from India and Southeast Asia who own homes in the United States with spouses and children here. And they're not being allowed back in. A Latinx records Border Patrol Chief Bovino interrogating a migrant. Speak English? Bovino then arrested him for deportation.
Speak English? Não demasiado, señor. De acuerdo.
Look at that look.
No tiene que contestar.
He said no demands made. It was a very casual conversation that ended with the arrest of this illegal alien. Chicago will continue to see Title VIII immigration enforcement. All illegal aliens should self-deport immediately via the CBP Home app. Oh. Shouting out John Doyle. Trump is the only guy who achieves things in the world for you. Everything good we've had in the last 10 years has been attributable to Donald Trump's cause. If you want something to win, work it through that. His success is essential in a way that none of his critics are right now. No matter how right you may feel, you're never going to improve the situation by undermining Trump. There's a reason that everybody has a bone to pick with Trump. Once again, the Telegram channel, an appeal to pragmatism. The link will be in the description or on the Substack. Go to kingpill.substack.com. Got a few more tabs for you guys here. Here's one on the SNAP program from Brooke Rollins.
Hey, I have a handy dandy chart. I was getting to the affordability piece of SNAP. Almost 40% increase under Joe Biden of what was spent in the people that entered the food stamp/SNAP program. That's 40%, of course, they were working to buy the election. But what we have seen and what Doge and our amazing team at USDA, 186,000 dead people are receiving SNAP benefits.
186,000 dead people receiving SNAP benefits.
Million people are getting paid twice. We've made hundreds of arrests. We have a lot more to do. But this was, I think, an unintended consequence of the Democrats shutting the government down for 43 days, is it shined this very bright light on one of their pet programs and now has given us a platform to completely deconstruct the program, make sure those vulnerable Americans who really need that benefit are going to get it. And for all the rest of the fraudsters and the people who are corrupt and taking advantage of it, we're going to protect the taxpayer too.
Kudlow's face that whole time. Look at him. I don't even know how he gets his mouth like that. Big droopy jowls. He looks like that. I've said this before. He looks like the dog. What's his name? The cartoon dog. I can never remember his freaking name for whatever reason. He's got Mitch McConnell face too. Yeah, he does. Looks like he's gonna fall asleep while she's talking. Droopy, yes, thank you. He looks like Droopy. Look at that right there. Your voice makes me mad. Looks like a basset hound, yeah. So the Democrats shut the government down, turned SNAP into an issue, and they go, hold on a second, let's audit SNAP. Oh, turns out there's a whole bunch of fraud going on with SNAP, so everyone's just going to have to reapply again. We're going to do the whole, unplug it and plug it back in again. They're power cycling the SNAP program. Peter St. Onge, let's talk about the deporting the fatties. Let's go.
Donald Trump is cutting off migrants who go on welfare, especially the fat ones, raising the surreal prospect that migrants could actually pay for their own health care, even their own groceries. Last week, the State Department announced it will be enforcing the
Yeah, that shirt's a banger.
century-old public charge laws that deny visas and entry to people who are likely to rely on public benefits, including welfare, housing, or Medicare provided free by taxpayers. The rules had been ignored by Biden's handlers so they could replace American voters with third worlders, and they're a major reason why almost 4 in 10 migrants do not bother working. The rule would deny entry to anybody who has ever used government cash assistance, SNAP, WIC, Medicaid, or who's ever been institutionalized or in a nursing home. That could hit up to 6 in 10 non-citizen households, including so-called mixed-status households, where the anchor baby unleashes a flood of benefits. In fact, a separate study found
6 in 10. So, if you've ever been on welfare or in a nursing home, they're coming after you.
36% of non-citizens have used SNAP, 37% have used Medicaid, 22% literally collect cash payments, TANF. And all the Center for Immigration Statistics estimates almost 2/3 of non-citizen households have taken taxpayer money. Note, the real number could be much higher. Legals have every reason to hide their status, as do the left-wing bureaucrats who import them. Now, beyond the grifters, the rule requires a medical report that would exclude anybody with major health issues that could burden taxpayers. So no more Guatemalans parachuting in for free dialysis or $1 million transplants.
No
Conditions
Squatemalans.
include diabetes, heart disease, hypertension, which 1 in 3 Mexicans have. It includes obese migrants who, after all, are very likely to consume tax-funded healthcare resources, along with anybody with mental health conditions or drug addiction, which seems long overdue. Worth pausing to note that billions of people want to move to the U.S., meaning we could cherry-pick the very best, the best 1 in 1,000, the Elons, the Arnold Schwarzeneggers, the Japanese Nobel physicists. Instead, we take millions of dregs so Democrats can recruit new voters. Now, all this matters because American tax...
I love how just matter-of-factly he says all this. Torta de porta! Trust Planet Star says, massive self-deportation wave coming. No kidding. This, plus the introduction of the remittance tax, even more self-deportations. A lot of people are going to be like, yeah, I'll take that $1,000 and go.
Taxpayers currently waste almost $200 billion a year on migrants, according to the Heritage Foundation, when we could be turning a massive profit from cherry-picking the best. I recently mentioned a European study that found migrants from Western countries or Japan generate $500,000 in net benefits per migrant, while those from the third world consume $500,000 or more per person.
Jeez.
So what's next, brought to you by I Trust Capital. The new rule is being implemented by the famously left-wing State Department, so it will take eagle eyes to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to. But the big payoff would be reviewing the 13 million green card holders whose permanent residency should also be subject to public charge rules. After all, it's a privilege to come to this country. If you can't hack it, go home.
Go home!
Trump needs Congress to do this. He can only do new entrants. And given green cards convert to citizens at $70,000 per month, the clock is ticking. So it's a great start from Trump, but Congress needs to finish the job. Okay, we'll be watching. See you next time.
I love that. Okay, we'll be watching. And then so Trump says this.
There's still a lot of work to do, and we're making tremendous progress. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today than when I took office. Think of that. 1.9 million more today than and these are American-born workers. Nobody thought that was possible. And we have the strongest borders in the history of our country. Nobody comes in unless they come in legally. You see the numbers. Everyone thinks it's impossible. A year ago, millions of people were storming our borders.
His voice is all raspy. Give it just a sec.
Today, they only come in if they come in legally. And wages for hourly workers are rising at the fastest pace in 60 years. But they're still...
So E.J. Antoni, who was his appointee for the Bureau of Labor and Statistics before he withdrew him, he said the situation is actually even better than this. Comparing August to January native-born employment is apples to oranges because the data isn't seasonally adjusted. A much better comparison is year over year, August 25 versus August of 24. And there, the increase is a whopping 2.8 million. 2.8 million more American-born workers employed in August of 2025 versus August of 2024. Peter St. Ange says 2.8 million Americans working since Trump took office. Makes you wonder if the job weakness is people who never should have been here. Interesting. Now, America First Insight says legal immigration is still the more popular side in America, nearly a 75-25 issue. So if you're playing politics as the government, how do you implement the 25 on a 75-25 issue? In other words, 75 people support legal immigration, 25% of people do not. So how do you implement the negative side of it? Well, you say one thing and do another. Don't pay attention to what they're saying. Pay attention to what they're doing. When you're chimping out at headlines and sound bites, you're blowing the game. The guy who cut the refugee cap from 125,000 to 7,500 is in fact on our side. Some people 100% need to continue drumming against legal immigration to move the Overton window. Even when anti-immigration rhetoric was at an all-time high, only about 32% of Americans thought immigration as a whole was bad. The battle on changing U.S. public opinion on immigration did not end on November 5th, 2024. It simply got a win. And do you know how to get more Americans on side on this? Ensure that the anti-legal immigration people aren't a bunch of obnoxious, insufferable, whiny faggots. Because if all the people making the case against legal immigration are obnoxious, self-absorbed, whiny faggots, people are instinctually not going to want to side with that. It can be completely irrational. Don't act like losers. Act like winners. Derek from Suitable Politic, he's tagging on to this from Real Political Data, says, fun fact, despite what the admin has been saying, visas for students, especially those from India, are way down. Immigration arrival data on international students shows declines in July and August. India is the largest source country for international students to the United States. The number of international students arriving on visas from India to the United States declined by 44.5% between August of 2024 and August of 2025. Student arrivals from India dropped by 46.4% between July of 2024 and July of 2025. The numbers for July and August are significant indicators of new enrollment, as new international students cannot arrive on a U.S. campus until 30 days before the start of their program, which may include orientation. That means coming in July or August for most students enrolling in the U.S. for the first time. Part of the decrease in arrivals may reflect currently enrolled international students who decided not to leave the United States to vacation or visit their families as in past years. Many universities advise students to consider remaining in America rather than risk being blocked on re-entry. International student arrivals, except for Canada and Mexico, declined by 19.2% between August of 2024 and August of 2025. The same data showed a 28.5% drop in July of 2025 compared to July of 2024. Between August of 2024 and 2025, international student arrivals from China fell by 12.4%, by 10.9% from South Korea, and by 17.2% from Vietnam. So some of this, I'm sure, is from students choosing to remain here. But I highly doubt that makes up the totality of the number. So publicly, they're like, oh yeah, we love the international students. Please, keep your international students here. Behind the scenes, they're disincentivizing them big time. And Derek says, I don't know why it's baffling to people that the administration would want to undersell what they've done on legal immigration. When you have a bunch of people dishonestly arguing that you're rounding up innocents in vans and taking them to the Gestapo, you're naturally going to produce a counter-narrative besides, yes, and it's based. As amusing as I'd find that tact, it's obviously more prudent to say, yes, we are letting people into the country legally, and we are taking people who break the law out of the country, even if you're also limiting legal immigration. The strategy is clearly working because Trump pretty much never polls poorly on immigration. People can play make-believe and say the reason is because there's a 70% consensus on zero immigration, which there unfortunately is not. But the reality is Trump's policies, the way they've been marketed, are resonating to everyone but the people who've already made up their mind. Watch what they do, not what they say. As Slutty Milk says, very simple point, yet few comprehend this. Yes, it is hard being right all the time. Now, his voice. You noticed in the last clip that his voice sounded a little raspy. Here's why.
I have a question about Venezuela, but can I just first ask, the health of the president's always news. Your voice sounds a little rough. Are you feeling all right?
I feel great. I was shouting at people because they were stupid about something having to do with trade in a country, and I straightened it out. But I blew my stack at these people.
Well, it sounds like there's a follow-up there, but can I ask you about Venezuela?
My president blew his stack. I know exactly how it feels, Mr. President. Stupid people on trade, giving you a raspy voice. My voice is barely hanging on by a thread. I can't believe I've gone for almost 4.5 hours. Thank you guys for sticking in for this whole thing. Return of the Lab. I'll be back tomorrow for more. We got to wrap with these last couple of clips. I was going to say ending on a high note, but it's kind of been a high note the whole time, hasn't it? I hope this was if you're feeling demoralized, downtrodden, if you're feeling out of it, kind of like, ugh, things seem demoralizing. Hopefully this stream got you back into it. We are winning. We're going to continue winning. Stay the course. Keep your head up. Listen to our president. Watch him entertaining.
And I'm honored to stand before you as the very first former McDonald's fry cook ever to become president of the United States.
A story of greatness.
And I actually was there for about 30 minutes, and that was 30 minutes longer than Kamala was there. Right? Despite her job at McDonald's, that didn't work out too well. The N-word. McDonald's that informed us off the record that she never worked there. Whoever you are, we appreciate that. That was very nice. But I want to thank, as you know, the famous Sundar and Sergey.
Sergey. And then this one. This was, how does he do it, man? There is no one like him. I like to just sit and listen to him talk sometimes, because we're going to miss him so much when he's gone. No one like him.
Doing honest, beautiful, hard work, and happy families sitting down.
Beautiful, hard work. It's honest work.
To a really great meal. Because no matter who you are, everyone loves something at McDonald's. There's
so true.
Always something to have. I like the fish. I like it. You could do a little bit more.
What does it mean?
Fish. There's always something to have. I like the fish. I like it. Thing to have. I like the fish. I like it.
What does the mean? I don't understand. He likes the fish.
You could do a little bit more tartar sauce, please. Seriously.
Put it on there.
I hate when I said, do you have any tartar sauce? Do you understand that? Yes, he understands that. Doing
just the whole thing. I like the fish. He like says these like mutters these sort of half sentences, but like you understand what he's saying. He's like, I hate it when I have to like, hey, you got more. You get it? Yeah, you get it. Yeah. Oh, how can anyone hate him? Yes, Sewer Dylan, the funniest human being alive, America's grandpa, a great human being with the dance moves to go with it. We'll end it on this. A little Trump dance from McDonald's. The swirl! Get the swirl! Golf club! Now check out this drive. Oh. And there we have it. Another great lab in the books. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for your contributions to my streamer salary. Thank you for surviving the time that I was gone, for ensuring that the world did not collapse around us all. It was the sheer willpower of the Labians, holding out until the Lab returned. That's what held the world together. We will always recognize your great will, your great sacrifice. And thank you for sticking out a nice long one. Thank you to my voice for sticking it out. Make sure you go. Let's see, what do? Go follow me on Twitter at KingPilled. No longer at Real KingPilled. At KingPilled. Go follow that the Telegram account I was sharing from. An appeal to pragmatism. Link will be on the Substack or in the podcast description. Go join the KingPilled Discord. Join the fucking Discord. KingPilled.com. And make sure you download the EWBSX app. Listen for a little bit every day. It ought to put a pep in your step, lighten your mood, and make sure you follow the storyline. There's many things coming. Got a big announcement on the radio station here. Hopefully it'll happen this week. So make sure if you download the app, make sure you turn on notifications so you can receive messages sent directly to you from the cyberbully. Go follow the cyberbully on Twitter at EWBSX cyberbully. Go to ewbsx.store. Get yourself a hoodie like the one I'm wearing right now. Kind of can't see it because it's kind of dark in here, but some great merch there. That's right, King Pilled, the King Chud. I'm the king of the MAGA Chuds. I appreciate the recognition from Academic Agent. I will wear this crown with soberness and a great sense of duty. Duty. And, yeah, I will be back tomorrow for another episode of the ASTROLAB, assuming that I don't get sicker. I'm starting to feel a little better. The Dayquil helped. And if I made it through today, I can make it through tomorrow. So, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Until then, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make